Section 17 of The Desirable Alien at Home in Germany by Violet Hunt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. How It Feels to be Members of Subject Races by Ford Madox Hueffer. Down below, at the bottom of the hill with the many barrows, a dog barked unceasingly. It is absurd the amount of colour they get into these German landscapes. It is almost as if nature had gone mad. The only thing that beneath the hot sun was sober was the bit of hilltop with the barrows where we lay. The hill might have been a little piece of an English down, dun-coloured, irregular, and quarried again and again, but the ploughed land that came up to our feet was reddish in the highlights and purplish in the shadow. The boughs of the apple trees, absurdly thick with nacreous blossom, pushed themselves wildly up at the blue sky between the scarlet roofs of the houses that were whitewashed and then painted between their black timbers with bouquets of flowers, stags, or pious, joyous, complacent, or defiant verses. One of these verses, as we had come up through the village, we had observed to run: God helped me to build this house. If you mock at its appearance, you will not hurt me, for with the aid of God I built it to please myself. And lying one day on just this range of hills, an old Landgraf Heinrich 800 years ago made up this verse: There is no place so pleasant as this valley that I look upon, for it has a river that is beloved, good hunting, pleasant woods, fine hills, and excellent feeding, as well as many apple trees and songbirds. And triumphantly he adds, Und dat ich mein, and that I think, and that is mine. He must have been a fine old man, and all that he said of his valley, which contains still the beloved river line, all that he said is true. The dog continued to bark incessantly, 240 little sharp barks to the minute, and then suddenly it came into our heads to observe that the creature was standing planted just outside its hedge and barking at us. We lay quite still. The dog stood perfectly still and barked. It seemed to resemble the result of several crosses between a rat, a rabbit, and a wire-haired terrier. But it was so far down the hill that the sharp notes of its voice were no more disturbing than the rustle of wind in the false brent grass on the barrows. And suddenly again it came into our heads to wonder whose territory the dog with such a querulous valiance was defending against us people who lay among the forgotten dead. We could not say without looking at a map whether this country was the Kingdom of Hanover, the Duchy of Brunswick, Westphalia, or Prussia proper. It has been all these things by turns, and it is certainly Prussia now. There is no doubt about that. And once, in addition, it was certainly English territory in a manner of speaking, and once, without any figure of speech at all, it was much more certainly part of the Empire of France. Now the peace of Prussia broods all across the broad landscape. Conquered territory, that is what it all is, and the cross between a Hanover rat and an Irish terrier continued vociferously to defend it. After all, that was patriotism. Consider all the owners of this land, from Henry the Lion till the days of Imperial Chancellor Bateman Holbeck. Consider their splendid feats, or the mere tough obstinacy of their patriotism. Consider how they won great fights and lost all their territories. It does not matter whether it was George, by the grace of God, King of Great Britain, France and Ireland, who got hold of Celle by marriage with Dorothea of that ilk, and then got rid of Dorothea. It does not matter that George II fought with the obstinacy of that rat dog at Dettingen. It does not matter that in 1809 the Duke Frederick William, quote, with only 1,900 men, pierced through the all-conquering French from Bohemia to the river Weser, unquote. He took Halberstadt by storm. He beat back the French before the very gates of the town which from our barrows we can see in the distance. He pierced through till he came to the North Sea and to England. He fought with his troop in the peninsula and fell at Quatre Bras 2 days before Waterloo. He and his 1,900 men were the Black Brunswickers, and it is a good thing to remember what they did. And lying in the hot sun on the brown grass, looking at all this conquered territory, we remember that we too are conquered. It is an odd, sleepy thought. Far below us lies what was once, in a manner of speaking, English territory. On the barracks just by the town gate we shall see still the royal arms of England, and below us lies what was once Westphalian territory, and in a manner of speaking we are Westphalian. Actually we, the conquered, are subjects of the Grand Duke of Hessen-Darmstadt und bei Rhein, a most charming potentate. But we Hessians, in moments of picturesque depression, are accustomed to say that we are not Prussians but must Prussians. We don't want to be, but we cannot help it. We have against Prussia numbers of grievances connected with railways and all sorts of little things. So that we, lying among the barrows, a most extraordinarily conquered people. We could not be more conquered if we tried. The sun is very warm, the sky is very blue. The dog Rabbit Rat entertains us with the queer sound of its 240 barks a minute. But are we, English, Westphalian, Hessian, a queer mixture like that of the rat-rabbit dog? Are we going to get up and do anything about it? Not a bit of it. We shall not be even as energetic as the triple quadruped. We have not got so much as a bark in us. And why? It is disgraceful to be conquered. It ought to be mortifying to lie with a threefold mailed heel upon our throats. But really we cannot feel disgraced. We cannot feel mortified. We can only feel it odd that we don't. For consider this tremendous Prussia that lies all abroad across this land, more evenly than the light of the sun itself. Look at the old town on the horizon. Mark how its roofs smoulder in the sunlight and its cathedral towers burn with their burnished gold. No doubt the man who could write triumphantly 800 years ago, "Und dat ich mein," no doubt his ghost, if he be sitting beside us among the barrows, sees little enough of change in this valley of the beloved line. And yet, from the corners of our eyes, we can perceive the difference that there is. Just round the corner of the hill there comes a shower of apple blossoms. They seem to be arranged, in this absurd country where everything is decorative, they seem to be arranged like a Japanese screen to hide what the difference really is. Yet this screen the eye can pierce. There they are, 5, 7, a dozen of them, immensely tall, thin, black, throwing up from their summits like defiant banners their plumes of smoke. They are the factory chimneys, and the factory chimneys are what, along with peace, Prussia has given to these Hanoverian lands. And along with them go the broad, white, modern suburbs that from here the trees hide. Along with them go the easy, pleasant electric trams, the funny-looking electric trains that connect, every 10 minutes or so, each of the large historic towns of this countryside. Prussia has conquered us, but undoubtedly Prussia has given us plenty along with peace. We are probably much more poetic than any Prussian. All our poetry is said to come from south of Frankfurt on the Main, and we cannot imagine any Prussian lying conquered amongst barrows and moralising about the barking of a dog that resembles a rat. We are probably even more valiant in a swift way than the Prussians. It was not Prussia who produced the Black Brunswickers. We could probably get up and beat any blessed nation at any blessed moment, but it will be just like Langensalza. At Langensalza in 1866, King George V and last of Hanover beat the Prussians quite handsomely, but he woke up to find that every spot in Hanover was in the possession of the Prussians, every spot with the exception of the field of Langensalza. And that is just like us. On a hill that we can see from here, our ancestors, the common ancestors of us English, Westphalian, Hanoverians, having hopelessly defeated a Caesar in the forests a little to the south, on that hill, where there is an excellent tea garden, our ancestors buried a complete solid silver table service for 4 Roman noblemen. Yet the Romans were about the only people who never conquered us after we had splendidly defeated them. And we may suppose that that table service which our ancestors buried was about the only booty that we ever made by our heroism and kept for a reasonable space of time. We did keep it for some 1800 years, and no doubt we should keep it today, buried in a hill. But in 1868 some Prussians, coming grubbing about, putting up a waterworks or something useful and modern, found that table service. It is now naturally in Berlin. And that is perhaps the moral of the whole story for us Saxons and Anglo-Saxons. It is like the moral of the rat dog that keeps up its barking perpetually through these sentences. For some of us are poets, and some of us in the great stretches of moor and heather that at the due seasons turn all this countryside wine purple into eternal distances, some of us, nay, many of us, have the second sight. Now and then we can produce heroes by the 1900, or heroes in little boats full that go out and attack armadas. But in between we seem to have our periods of slackness. We have them inevitably. The other day an excellent, energetic and quite English lady said to us somewhere in Kensington, "I wish to heaven the Prussians would conquer this country and administer it. Then there would be an end of our disgusting slackness." This seemed to us at the moment an astonishing opinion, but lying here lazily among the barrows, we realised suddenly that it is comprehensible enough. If the Prussians had England, you know, lying here, it almost seems inevitable. Not today, not tomorrow, not in 10 years, not in 20, not in any time into which there will survive any of the passions or bitternesses of today, but in some time when the English won't care and the Prussians will. That is the real secret of it all. There always comes a time when we don't care. There never was and there never will be a time when these formidable products of the Mark of Brandenburg were not and will not be sleeplessly upon the watch. It is like the case of the prisoner that somebody once put, we don't remember where. The prisoner given life must always in the end escape, for the jailer must always in the end grow tired of the game and relax his vigilance. He may wake to earnestness once more, but then it will be too late. And lying there, the dog is still barking, we suddenly begin to think of those green, fertile and immensely wealthy islands in the Western Sea. And just for a moment we think of what is called home politics. And then with a quick shudder we drop the thought. For we are not politicians of any politics that today can show beneath the light of the sun. We are what is called high Tories, but immensely, immensely high. We are the people who win terrific victories against enormous odds in the game of tennis, or in the other game of tennis that used to be played with stone balls. But in the end, some Prussian, some Jew, or some radical politician will sleeplessly get the best of us and take away the prizes of our game. That is the way God arranges it, who arranged alike the Barrows, the beloved little river of the line, who set courage in the hearts of the 1900 in black garments that went, quote, from Bohemia to the River Weser, unquote, and who set it in the hearts of the Prussians that it is for them to administer, and to administer and again to administer, for the love of the thing, just as for the love of words we utter them. And with the shadow of the thought of home politics still upon us, we say once more, it is the will of God. Rat, dog, rabbit, English, Westphalian, Hessian. One of the three will rule us in the end, Prussian, Jew, or hungry tradesman. And for ourselves, we say as we get up and go down the hill, please God that it will be the Prussian. He at least will administer, will enrich us, and will leave us somewhere, some barrows in the sun amongst which to lie. Possibly he will even put up an Aussichtsturm and a tea garden. At any rate, he alone of those three sleepless ones will not strip us naked to the breezes. We go down the hill by a sunken road. On the hot turf just above our faces, the absurd dog stands with its legs firmly planted and barks at us. Pushing through the hawthorn hedge of the first house in the village, there comes another dog. But it is a puppy. It is smaller than a rat. It resembles a brown cloth child's toy. It is the child of the rat-dog-rabbit, and it is more absurd than any creature reported by Sir Richard Mandeville or by Gulliver. It plants its 4 legs in the warm turf, and it barks, and it barks. We stand and look at it, and it continues to bark. It does not move. Nothing will move it. It is administering. That breed will not die out, you see. There are some people who desire accuracies, though one write never so, quote, impressionistically, unquote. The city to which we have referred is not Hanover, is not Brunswick, is not Osnabrück, is not Celle, is not any actual city, but contains what we like to remember as an impression of all these. Similarly, it is not even Hamelin of the Rats. Similarly, we really know that this stretch of country was never pedagogically English territory. It was country united under the sovereignty of the wearer of the English crown by what was called the personal union. But that would have been good enough for Prussia. In the year 1837, this country passed from under the sway of the ruler of Great Britain owing to a trifle called the Salic Law. Speaking in accurate English, the Salic Law was not a trifle, but it has not bothered the Prussian gullet much. Some time ago I was standing in the yard of a brewery in Ashford, which is in Kent, and an immense drayman was about to drink down a pot of ale. He was called into the office, and he set his pot on the tail of his cart. Some evil practical jokers who were standing by dropped a dead mouse into the pot. Out comes the drayman, lifts the pot to his mouth, drinks down at one draught the ale and the mouse, and then, having wiped his mouth upon his sleeve, he remarked, "A hop or a cork," to the wonder and admiration of all beholders. End of section 17. Section 18 of The Desirable Alien at Home in Germany by Violet Hunt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17a, Queens Discrowned. A tram in the open country always seems to me wrong. There is something so brutal, so casual and reckless about the way it tears across fields, bisects roads, shaves cottages, and disregards, if it does not actually remove, landmarks. And all the way from Hildesheim, Joseph Leopold and I were thinking, from totally different standpoints, of the great and important town we were about to visit. He was, I knew, dreaming of the splendid, progressive, modern collection of parks and warehouses, theatres, picture palaces and shops, with the old part contemptuously tucked away in a circle of cramping villadom, like a bullet encysted that the doctors do not care to remove, in the midst of the new cells of Hanover's reconstituted modernity. But I was thinking, like the lover of Sinara, quote, of an old passion, unquote, of grim and lonely palaces given over to sightseers, of Herrenhausen and the Leineschloss, and piteous discrowned queens. There were Sophia Dorothea and Caroline Matilda, the one of England, at least she ought to have been, and the other of Denmark. She only reigned a year. Sophia Dorothea accomplished in the old Leineschloss her dreary tragedy of royal neglect and the fatal consolations of a courtier. Caroline Matilda, the beautiful mismated sister of George III, came here weeping a wreck to Herrenhausen to drag out the remainder of her discredited existence in the red brick dower house that was the appanage of her relatives. This lady trailed her misery through Celle too, but Celle was connected only with the innocent, fated youth of Sophia Dorothea, whose lover lies steeped in quicklime under the flags of the Rittersaal in the old palace of the Electors of Hanover. And as we breathlessly traversed the flat Prussian plains, Joseph Leopold talked of what interested him more than mere romantic personalities about royal ladies, of the spirit of Germany, of the march of armies over those very fields, of how the smug little dwarfs that we saw dotting the plain were occupied, sacked, rifled and pillaged again and again by Wallenstein and Tilly and their soldiers of fortune. Yet my thoughts obstinately remained with the daughter of the Duke of Celle and Eleanor d'Olbreuse, who should have been Queen of England, but died mere Duchess of Alden. And Alden is a little homestead, not much bigger or more important than the seat of the humblest sort of country gentleman in the England of the 18th century. The love of an uncrowned queen is a sentiment implanted in the hearts of men. It is an old mental attitude, a Schwärmerei, as the Germans would call it, that affects both sexes alike. It began, or who shall say it began, with Helen of Troy. It ended, and who shall say it has ended, with the ex-Empress Eugénie. Nowadays, the record of certain social movements in the daily papers enables us to reconstitute the picture of a graceful mourning figure descending at the Gare du Nord and driving to the Rue de Rivoli, named so by the great one of her family, and taking up her abode in the hotel that overlooks the gardens of her lost palace. On reading this item of fashionable news, do not we, most of us, have a sympathetic tremor? We say, how stoical, or else how callous. And we incline to the former theory. Physiologists will be likely to suggest as an explanation of the attitude of the wonderful old lady of 80 some sort of atrophy of the emotional centres. And that is the explanation for me. I hope it happens in the majority of cases of slow living deaths by imprisonment and dispossession. I cannot imagine, for instance, the high-spirited, selfish schoolgirl that modern historians tell us Mary Stuart was, settling down at Lochleven and Bolton and Fotheringay, supinely allowing her would-be rescuers to go to the scaffold one after another, and believe her to have remained the mercurial, highly sensitised being who landed at the port of Leith one summer's day with Chatelain in her train and all the airs of France about her. Yet it would indeed seem that, barring the constant hope of rescue, a slight titillation of interest as regular and as journalier as to us, the morning paper on the breakfast table, Mary Stuart did settle down to her prayers and her rheumatism and the ordering of her household and the teasing of her custodians. And did not Caroline of Brunswick, whose coffin under its red velvet pall lies in the crypt in the family cathedral at Hanover, did not Caroline, witty, bitter and unwashed, did not she take refuge in cynicism, the employment of a ready tongue upon the castigation of the many weak points that characterised her vulnerable consort? Once in her hearty prime, she had adopted the tactics of a suffragette, and had demonstrated her wrong on the very spot where that wrong was focused, the Abbey steps, where her unregenerate husband was managing to get himself crowned without her. And Sophia Dorothea, the wife of George I, she that should have been crowned Queen of England in the fullness of time, soothed herself during her 30 years of durance among the marshes of Alden with elaborately mounting her not inconsiderable household, paying her bills regularly, seeing her stewards, and furiously driving within the bounds assigned to her by her ex-husband. Exceeding the speed limit was evidently her form of nerve derivative, and seems to have been her foible, her folly in earlier days, when her fate still hung in the balance. For Germans do not believe in and are deeply outraged by any signs of unseemly haste. Hers is a story of a coterie, a large and important coterie, of course, but one that, but for some contentious souls in England and an accident of succession, would have remained a coterie, and whose members could by no possibility have got mixed up with the royal family of Great Britain. And when it came to the point, the heroine of a German palace scandal could not be Queen of England. It is possible that if Sophia Dorothea had known or realised how near it was to her, if the truculent figure of the old electress had not stood all through her hot and heady years in front of her, a solid block to her hopes of a queenly future, she would have been more careful, and would have sacrificed love to ambition. But nothing seemed less likely than that George, disreputable, stockish, drunken, mulish George, should have a crown to give or withhold as a reward for good court behaviour. No, Sophia Dorothea was just the rich heiress and only daughter of the Duke of Celle, and George the mumpish son of the electress, who might, par impossible, have some day to go over and reign in Great Britain. So old Sophia, while despising young Sophia's mother, the Frenchwoman, schemed to get the daughter's dowry for her son, and the poor little girl was brought from Celle, where a certain decency reigned, and pitchforked into the electoral court of Hanover, where she promptly went wrong. But her dowry was secured, and she now might be committed for any simple crime, tried by court-martial and whistled off, as indeed she was. Königsmarck was a pretext. He was the usual adventurer, but the flighty woman loved him, and I think he loved her. I do not fancy that she was really at all interesting. She was very big and white and black-haired, with rolling black eyes. It is easy to see from her letters that her French mother had formed her in her own image, and that in itself must have been an offence, She was too previous. She was resented as an early French fashion is sometimes resented in crassly suburban circles. She began by flirting outrageously with everybody, lying in bed all day, dancing all night, and crabbing the clothes of the ladies of the court, notoriously those of Countess Platen, her rival in her husband's affection and those of her father-in-law. She mocked her husband's mother, she mocked everybody and everything. She behaved like a naughty child until the passion for Königsmarck took hold of her and she became jealous and vapourish and tragic. She bolted once like any schoolgirl when they had all been too severe with her and went home to mother. But her husband, the Elector, ordered her back, and her mother was afraid to keep her. She took post horses and went back in a rage. I think I see her rushing full tilt past the in-laws' palace of Herrenhausen, which is a short mile from Hanover, and on the way to the Leine Schloss, the royal palace, where she was bound to rejoin her peevish little husband. In Herrenhausen there sat the crusty old Electress, waiting to be propitiated by the naughty daughter-in-law stopping to pay her respects. I see the little French fury enraged at her recall, putting her black head out of the carriage window and bidding the postilions drive straight on. I see all the expectant heads of the Electress's household craning out of the windows as the daughter-in-law and her escort were whirled past, and I hear the fateful pronouncement of the savage old woman, openly defied by the daughter of the little, quote, clot of dirt, so she styled the Duchess of Celle, that the daughter of the French lady who had got herself somehow or other into the family should ever be Queen of England, her own darling dream of succession voided for her by her own death, was what the Electress, known as, quote, the friend of the philosopher Leibniz, unquote, but a narrow-minded old woman all the same, set herself all along to prevent. The doom of Sophia Dorothea may have been sealed from this moment of defiance. Less than a year after, she was to be the uncrowned Queen of England and reign merely over a sullen marsh. These family jealousies were, of course, not all. There is generally to be found a splendid adventurer at the back of these fair outcasts from royal Edens guarded by flaming swords. 3 gentlemen of fortune were connected with the 3 ladies I have mentioned. Bergami, the wretched Italian chamberlain and supposed lover of Caroline of England, may be reckoned negligible, but Bothwell, Königsmarck, and our lad Struensee, cunning doctor who became a minister, the, quote, blood-red ray in the spectrum, unquote, of the life of Caroline Matilda, a Stuart on her mother's side, and Sophia Dorothea's ancestress, these gentlemen were kindred spirits. They were, nearly all of them, not so much in love with the Queen that stooped, as anxious to use her favour for their own ends of ambition. There is no doubt that Bothwell found Mary Stuart a great drag on his domestic bliss. He much preferred his own wife, a Huntley, to the royal lady he was so busy exploiting. Of Count Struensee, too, the ex-physician, Caroline Matilda was not much more than a political pawn. Out of all the 3, Philip, Count Königsmarck, was the most ardent, the most reckless, the least calculating. For though we have naturally Mary Stuart's dead giveaway, the famous casket letters, which I for my part believe to be genuine, where are the letters of Bothwell to Mary? Was not the astute Borderer too cautious to write letters? And did he not plead the rough, unskilled hand of a man of the moss hags? But Königsmarck's letters to Sophia Dorothea are extant, each one a hanging matter, and hers to him were found by the late Mr. W.H. Wilkins in the University Library of Lund in Sweden. He translated them. These letters breathe, hers and his, a savage and tender passion that is incontestably genuine, love marred by temper, vanity and sensuality, but still love, that rises sometimes to wild heights of selflessness. They amply prove the point which, as usual in these cases, some Sophialators are found to contest. Hear what our superior moralist Thackeray says about it, quote, "Innocent. I remember as a boy how a great party persisted in declaring Caroline of Brunswick was a martyred angel. So was Helen of Greece innocent. She never ran away with Paris, the dangerous young Trojan. Menelaus, her husband, ill-used her, and there was never any siege of Troy at all. So was Bluebeard's wife innocent. She never peeped into the closet where the other wives were with their heads cut off. She never dropped the key or stained it with blood, and her brothers were quite right in finishing Bluebeard. Yes, Caroline of Brunswick was innocent, and Madame Lafarge never poisoned her husband, and Mary of Scotland never blew up hers, and poor Sophia Dorothea was never unfaithful, and Eve never took the apple. It was all a cowardly fabrication of the serpents." Unquote. It is all very amusing, but surely the ironic method was never so laid on with a trowel before. Thackeray was shocked. He was very early Victorian, and so that was easily done. Sophia Dorothea was very different from Amelia, and her home life at Celle and Hanover was not at all like Amelia's in Russell Square. Thackeray shouts praise grudgingly of his German heroine, quote, "How madly true the woman is, and how astoundingly she lies." Unquote. Amelia was true, but soberly, and never, as children would say, lied big. She was not a tragic heroine at all, except perhaps for one moment at Waterloo. And yet we see, as we are able to do with tragic heroines whose letters get published, how petty are the causes leading to the difficulties which broaden out to such issues of life and death. Sophia Dorothea worried, bullied, nagged, and practically hunted her man to his doom. It is fairly obvious in such corrupt entourage as hers, and she saw it too when not blinded by jealous fury, that if she had allowed Königsmarck to be civil in the then received manner to her father-in-law's ugly, all-powerful mistress and favourite, Countess von Platen, the Count would have lived to run away with her to France or England, or even to the enlightened court of Wolfenbüttel. Footnote. It was in a precisely similar way that Guillaume de Cabestan, the noble troubadour, was discovered by the husband of the princess he adored. He wrote various poems to her ladies in order to ward off suspicion, alleging to his mistress that these were the common and necessary politenesses of the day. She, however, insisted that he must address to her still more passionate poems, and one stanza in the famous verses beginning "Lis du Cossire" betrayed the troubadour to the husband, who cut out his heart and made the lady drink his blood. JLFMH, end footnote. Or even to the enlightened court of Wolfenbüttel, Duke Antony of Ulrich, the enemy of Hanover, lived there, the dissipated dilettante relation who afterwards cast his niece's adventures in the form of a romance and passed it round to all the courts of Europe, who were deeply interested. Evasion was their plan, frustrated by the follies of both. It was more or less arranged between them, and it was a plan that had recommended itself to the worldly, hard-headed adventurer, that he should accept some of the Countess Platen's frequent invitations to supper, the public ones where each man took his lady to dine at some cabaret en ville, for all the world as people make up to go to some low restaurant nowadays, and the private ones as well, in La Platen's, quote, castle behind the mill, unquote, to supper. Königsmarck was a success at these parties, except when the electoral Princess of Hanover had scolded him. Then he undid his work, refusing to sit down to the collation, walking about the room singing, or throwing himself down among the new mown hay in the garden, and not saying a word till it was time to go. He was the handsomest man in Europe, and Europe spoilt him. Sophia Dorothea had written to him, "What? Go to La Platen's supper party 2 hours after I had gone, and when you had bidden me so tender a farewell? You had no end of pretexts for declining that supper party, and yet you went. I tremble for the future," unquote. And well she might. And this after another letter which runs, quote, "Don't be so silly as to keep away from La Platen altogether. It is most important to keep her in a good humour. Therefore, for the sake of our love, go there as before," unquote. Königsmarck, to please her, insists on forswearing the Countess, and she writes again to rebuke him for his submission to her orders, quote, "I am sorry that you no longer go to Countess Platen's. It is rather important that you should go," unquote. "Don't think of inducing me to return to La Platen," Königsmarck replies. "You will not catch me that way any more." And further, to pacify the jealous lady, he adds the detail of the Platen's, quote, "ridiculous yellow cloak," unquote. The silly princess jumps at it. Quick comes her reply. She is, quote, his, all his. For her mother-in-law, the Electress, has corroborated his strictures on the cloak, telling Sophia's mother, quote, that nothing could be more hideous, unquote, than the said cloak. The magic of the spiteful innuendo does not last. Königsmarck gives a party and omits to mention the fact that he has invited La Platen to it. Quote, "So the whole thing was got up for her," unquote, is the conclusion Sophia Dorothea jumps to, and very meanly throws a potential rival in his face. "Fortune," she says, "to give me revenge, has sent hither today a young baron from Mayence," unquote. How truly tragic it is, the useful young baron from Mayence, La Platen's yellow cloak, Königsmarck sulking among the haycocks to placate his beloved, in the face of the dangers the two were running. A lazy, idle court full of spies, drink and gambling sensuality run riot. How could a fairly pure passion be allowed to subsist? For it is obvious, as even Thackeray admits, that these two were passionately attached, and that the princess was devoted to, quote, Lothario. One knew that Thackeray would have nothing better to do than call him Lothario. He writes humbly and pathetically as to the social event which has upset Sophia Dorothea so much, quote, "My banquet, as you call it, was a very dull affair. La Platen came with her husband," unquote. And he tells the exigeante beauty once for all what his social philosophy is. It is quite in order for the present day. So might a modern Belgravian, called to account by his great friend, try to get into her obstinate head the cutlet for cutlet theory. Quote, "My reason for giving the supper party was because I am going away so soon." Note, to the wars, not to the moors. "And it was the right thing to do. I have been so often to their dinners that it was necessary for me to make some return. Do not think I did it to court anyone or with any thought of intrigue. I vow on my perdition it was not so." As a man, I am compelled to do many things that you as a woman need not do. Sometimes we must worship the devil, lest he should harm us." Unquote. It must be admitted that Königsmarck went a very long way with the devil. That sinister castle behind the mill, deep embowered in trees, secluded, dark, where the jolly Countess entertained her favourites. "To damn me," says poor Königsmarck, "she asked me to supper there." And he adds in self-deprecation, half sullen, half combative, since the lady herself had counselled the step, quote, "It was a gross insult to my love for you, for which I mean to see you at my feet, begging my pardon. You cannot love me as much as I love you, for at your bidding I have sinned against my love for you." Unquote. Yes, it was high policy to dignify by that name a low form of courtier-like trimmings, higher than the egotistic princess could stand, although she had cynically counselled it, and the doomed Königsmarck comes to see clearly how she is likely to react. He, moreover, sincerely loathes himself for his paltering with the evil one. He ends by vowing first on his perdition, then on his salvation, that he will see the Countess no more, be the consequences what they may. Quote, "I will never see her again, though it ruin me." Unquote. It did ruin him. If he had even stuck to that bold attitude he announced, it might have availed him somewhat. But he continued to kowtow to the favourite in a faint-hearted way, and the favourite, preserving her weakness for him, held her hand for a space. At last the princess, committing herself to her mad passion before the eyes of the whole court, contrived so to rub in the fact of his infidelity to La Platen. Yes, it had all the while looked like that to the Countess, who, considering herself sure of his heart, had doubtless winked at and permitted a courtier-like adoration of the electoral princess as the proper attitude of an adventurer, that she at last decided to destroy him, fresh from the arms of her rival. At least, that is the story. No one really knows how it went that summer night in June, after which Königsmarck was not seen again. But this is how tradition says she managed it. 4 clumsy halberdiers, lent to La Platen by the sleepy old elector, her lover, whom she disturbed with a scandalous tale of his captain of the guard alone with his imprudent daughter-in-law. At the dead hour of night, these men were to arrest Königsmarck, to take him, dead or alive. They took him dead. An ambush behind the great convenient stove in the Rittersaal, through which the happy lover must pass on his way out, a blow in the back, a lighted torch held up, and the most beautiful face in the world, everybody grants him that, spoilt, trodden under an angry, revengeful woman's heel. Then a flag taken up, some quicklime, and all quiet when day dawned. And Sophia Dorothea left with his parting kisses on her lips, among her torn-up, compromising papers, some of them only torn across, or we should have no data, and her jewel caskets and other preparations for tomorrow's flight, probably lay down to snatch a few moments' sleep, expecting to be roused next morning early by that little note from her lover that was to be the signal for her departure, the note that never came. Knesebeck, la confidante, heard sounds in the night but thought nothing of them. It was a fortnight before Sophia Dorothea, kept a prisoner in her wing of the old Leine Schloss, knew that her lover was lost, and not then officially. Everybody all over Europe, led by his sister, the amiable adventuress Aurora von Königsmarck, was hunting for the Elector's handsome Colonel of the Guards. But a sardonic remark of that potentate's reported to her must have left her with small doubt. It was to the effect that Königsmarck was not likely to appear again in Hanover. However, Sophia Dorothea was kept shut up. Her children were not allowed to see her. She knew nothing of the robust Aurora's hearty search for her brother. Such refinements of cruelty were permissible in these vicious little circles. The amenities of small ducal courts must have been very like those of neighbouring tribes of savages, and the constant haggling over Sophia Dorothea and her money, at the time of her marriage and at the time of her divorce, might be fairly translated by the rights of marriage by capture, the raids of braves, and the exchanging of cows and women in Zululand. In the princess's despair, she threw the cup after the platter, as the saying is, and played into her cunning husband's hands. He wanted to get rid of her and keep her money. He did not want to mention the Königsmarck affair. It was repugnant to his pride. And if the princess could be strengthened in her expressed determination not to return to her husband, then she could be easily put away for desertion according to the German law. The name of Königsmarck was skilfully kept out of it. The confidant was made the scapegoat and imprisoned. It was Frau von Knesebeck's counsels which had corrupted the princess, who was sent into exile at Lahnau, quote, until such time as she returns to her duties with the Electoral Prince, unquote. A farce. He wanted none of her duties. He had the Maypole and the Maypole's child. The divorce proceedings that were then inaugurated were a farce, as divorce proceedings so often are. The Celle people, represented by her indefatigable mother, the Duchess Eleonore, wanted a separation. The Hanoverians, that is to say her husband, a divorce. The ill-advised princess readily gave him his wish. She believed that freedom would follow the pronouncing of the divorce. So she duly showed a rebellious spirit, contumacia, and declared freely to the commissioners that nothing would induce her to return to her electoral consort. Later, like Mary Stuart, Sophia Dorothea intrigued constantly for freedom, but attempts to escape, conducted by letter, were not a hanging matter, and besides, all her friends turned out to be in the pay of her enemies, except the plucky Knesebeck, who escaped from prison and worked hard for her mistress. I should like to have known Knesebeck. She stood up so gallantly for the theory of the princess's innocence, and whether that theory was tenable or not, it was right and fitting for La Confidante to hold it. Another person held the theory and supported it in a book. But then, as the shrewd old Duchess of Orleans observed, quote, it was only to save the honour of the house, unquote. This was a relation, the literary duke Anthony Ulrich of Wolfenbüttel. His novel was called Octavia. It was that exceedingly modern performance, Roman à clef. Sophia Dorothea figures as the Princess Solane. Her husband, George Louis, is romantically disguised as Prince Cotys. Königsmarck is Equilius. This official account of a world-renowned family incident was read eagerly by every court in Europe. The Duchess of Orleans, like any gossiping, idle old lady of our day, anxious to be amused in her twilight of life — she was a great stirabout in her time — writes to, yes, actually, the Electress Sophia, the mother of Cotys and mother-in-law of Solane, saying, I'm going to read the Octavia over again, as George Louis, yes, actually, George Louis himself, has been good enough to send me the key to it. The cynicism of this would have delighted Thackeray. Duke Ulrich makes Solane appear innocent, she adds, unkindly suggesting the obvious family reason for his backing. She is diplomatic about George Louis, as she is writing to the youth's mother. Coatis, she observes, coatis I consider cold, not brutal. Not brutal. And while she wrote, perhaps the uncrowned Queen was driving furiously down the road to the bridge at Hayden with her escort of drawn swords and black despair in her heart. And then the Duchess has another dig at the victim of the coldness of Prince Coatis, quote, Duke Christian looks on it as an improvement that she stuck to one in particular, unquote. Now, the good Duchess herself admits to finding safety in numbers. She is, moreover, curious as to whether George Louis, who so obligingly furnishes the key to the urgent family document, has any hankering to see his wife, quote, who is still beautiful. Yes, Sophia Dorothea is 50, and she is still beautiful. And if, when he succeeded to the throne of Great Britain, George Louis could have taken her with him as his consort, it would have helped to popularise the Hanoverian regime. But no one ever said he wasn't shrewd, and he knew the sort of woman he had to deal with. He knew Sophia Dorothea, her bitter French tongue, her German obstinacy, and he thought it safer to give out that he was a widower, or if he had a wife, that she was mad. He made both excuses, apparently. The Jacobites would peck at him either way. At the same time, he had the Queen guarded even more closely than before, as closely as he dared, without at the same time injuring her health. He had a purely selfish reason for this. A fortune-teller had assured him that he would not survive her 6 months. Prince Coatis valued life. And when Sophia Dorothea died, she raved, she denounced her husband, and she wrote, the story says, a letter to be delivered after her death. It was delivered 9 months after to the King, when he landed on his biennial visit to Hanover. It gave him the stroke from which he did not recover. It is almost too dramatic to be true. It is difficult to believe that an omen could be so fully justified. But dates do not lie. No, not if you get them right, which I always find difficulty in doing. End of section 18. Section 19 of The Desirable Alien at Home in Germany by Violet Hunt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17, Part 2, Queen's Discrowned. Without being a Sophiolater, I was deeply interested in this story of social doom and murder, and in my own way. I was chafed, as I suppose Mariolaters and even Sophiolaters have been and will be chafed to the end of time, by people whose imaginative faculty cannot be set going by anything but tragedies where the element of heroism or grandeur comes in. My friends kindly escorted me to Hanover that I might batten upon the relics and evidence of the culte, which it pleases them to say is mine, but they did not contrive that my morbid tastes should be fully fed and gratified by a sight of the very flag in the corridor of the Rittersaal. The corridor is parquetted now, under which lies the body of Königsmarck, the man who wrote those letters, the man who flirted with Countess Platten, the man who noticed the yellow cloak, the man whose mouth was stamped upon, who was hastily sepultured, doused with quicklime on that night in June. This particular spot in the old Leine Schloss was the eye of the picture, and I was never inside the Leine Schloss. As we drove to Herrenhausen, we were due to pass it. So the guidebooks said, but the guidebooks were in German. Not until after the heat and battle of the day were over When things had been missed and the conduct of the excursion open to be severely criticised by the people who had been glad to profit by some self-constituted cicerone's superior knowledge of German and historical proportion, did I realise the omission. What we did on that warm April day was to drive in a hired fly solemnly round the residential quarter of Hanover for an hour. This is the only way to learn what Germany really is, so my German friends told me. I did not deny it. Only the suburbs of a town are depressing everywhere, and a drive in a taxi cab round and round, say, Hamilton Terrace or Addison Road, would produce just the same effect and stand for Germany just as well. Footnote. A reasonable interest in the monuments of the past is a very proper thing, but to confuse the disorderly array of houses which are to be found in the London suburbs with the carefully planned and extremely interesting groups of dwellings that surround modern German cities is evidence of a mind ill-trained to observation in its infancy and unaware of the most urgent of civic problems of the present day. The outskirts of Hanover are the very best model for the outskirts of London, and just as this city in the past gave to England reasonable and utilitarian rulers, so she might today to the same country give plans for a reasonable and utilitarian development of modern cities, which can never be very romantic things. JLFMH, end footnote. On the road to Herrenhausen, under the long bordered avenue that reminded me of the old birdcage walk, we did pass a dull, ugly, negligible building, and the eager, polite Kutscher made a small detour to drive us past the facade, where the white horse of Hanover stood and ramped like a great grey full-fed ghost. The horse was impressive and reconciled me to the detour, and that was all. But this was the old Leine Schloss, modernised outside but practically unchanged within. Here this congeries of ill-conditioned, ill-tempered people lived and loved and festered in their unwholesome pleasures and shabby, squalid vices. The family history of this family beats most hideous family histories, bating that of the Cenci and the House of Judah. Well, there it was. All these tragedy folk had pattered about, been born, married, murdered, and died in their sanctimonious beds. Here, they had worthy and unworthy all dreed their weird behind these grey, unattractive walls, and I was driven past it. Joseph Leopold, you see, had the guidebooks, and he did not care for the old shell, the withered slough of squalid, politically uninteresting folk. I told him a little story of my youth. I had a witty mother, and I had what was known as the Irving craze very badly in my girlhood. I had just seen the divine actor in Richard III, and I was taken over Barnard Castle in Yorkshire, one of the palaces of the Kingmaker. I betrayed an unusual interest in historical detail concerning the Tudors, the Nevilles, and the House of York. I plagued everybody for information. I insisted on going over the ruined castle from garret to oubliette. I bored the party who wanted food and less historical detail. At my last question, my mother turned. Yes, she said, Henry Irving did give this castle to Miss Isabel Bateman. And now let's all go and have tea. The disappointment about the Leine Schloss was wiped out a little further along the road. We came to the Herrenhausen, a yellowish, fawn-coloured building of a cheap style and fabric, low and crouching. That is how the Stammhaus of the Hanoverian kings of England appeared to me. I did not think it so very like Kensington Palace. I had always been told it was a copy. Kensington Palace is stately, rather high, of a dark, dignified red brick. The stateliness of Kensington may be due to the new chimney stacks added in early Victorian days, to the commanding ridge of the coping stones all along the face, and tinkered up quite lately since it became a museum. But the mean, cheap-looking yellow and white plaster that covers the bulk of the palace of Herrenhausen hopelessly belittles it. All the German palaces are said to be copies of Versailles. Kensington Palace is far more like Versailles than Herrenhausen. We drove, as it seemed to me, for nearly a quarter of a mile along a low range of little houses, like a row of pitmen's cottages in England, but painted yellow and white in a garish crudity that would not appeal to an Englishman. These little one-storey dwellings, one door, two windows, built obviously for coachmen and officials attached to the royal service, led the eye gradually to a main building into which they melted, and I said, "This must be Herrenhausen." Kensington Palace necessarily housed its multiplicity of officials, its grooms and stablemen, but their establishments do not and did not form part of the main facade. The arrangement of the German palace is less snobbish, perhaps. We know the Georges were very simple folk. There is a humble building just inside the great gate of Kensington Gardens, where one used to buy soda water and ginger beer and gingerbread biscuits in 1870. It was then exactly like the little erections of which I speak that are annexed to the Palace of the Georges in Herrenhausen. In Kensington Gardens, the little square box of a house still stands, but it is no longer painted yellow, and I don't think you can get soda water there any more. We got out. The palace in front of us gleamed a chalky white and yellow in the raw spring sunlight. There was an acre of small cobblestones in front of it, and a sufficiency of ostlers' pails and pumps, with brooms propped up against them. No human being could be seen. The windows all had formal linen blinds, and these blinds were drawn. The palace is not shown. It is not shown because it is actually inhabited by the owner, and yet it is empty. There was nothing very romantic about the Lusthaus of a fat, stupid, boozy family like that of the Georges, but now for the first time romance has entered its doors. This is what I thought when Joseph Leopold told me the reason of the present state of affairs. Herrenhausen is the property of an exile for conscience sake, the Duke of Cumberland, the proscribed King of Hanover. Footnote, this was written in 1912, end footnote. He cannot live in his own house, in his own kingdom, because he is subject to arrest. He refuses, and has refused for years, to take the oath of allegiance to Prussia. How very vital, looking on this death in life of a fair mansion, this shell of an ineffectual royalty, seemed the principle for which this man and his family are fighting, and for whose abstract sake endure an honoured but nomadic existence. You might have met the dispossessed Duke anywhere during the last 20 years in England, opening bazaars at the baths and cures of his country, at any of the cities excepting the one city where he properly belonged. You might have met him in Berlin, on the Unter den Linden maybe. I fancy the Kaiser and he were not bad friends, they were at any rate relatives. Yet if he had walked into his own principality of Hanover, he was liable to be arrested at sight, like a malefactor. He has chosen his line. Herrenhausen is inhabited, though no one is in it. At his other country seat, Wilhelmsburg, he keeps 30 beds made up. All this is on the chance of his being able, through some change in the political arena, to swoop down upon his own and occupy it. Is it not romantic to think that in this opportunist stage there is still a potentate who prefers exile to abasement? Our Kutscher was excessively anxious that we should first of all visit the towering glass-domed conservatory opposite the palace, which was built and presented to the inhabitants of Hanover by their very generous prince, but the mere sight of it made my eyes ache. So we paid him and allowed him to abandon us in front of the building in the fond hope that he had brought us to where we wished to be, to the haven of our desires. Remember, he had been bidden to drive us round the suburbs of Hanover, merely taking the old town on our way. He must have been terribly out in his calculations of our tastes, but we walked on. We passed the glass house of the Duke of Cumberland. We have no better at Kew. We never looked round, or else we would have seen our Cicerone's despair of his client's curious obtuseness and faulty sense of direction. And in that part of the garden so casually attained to, I had a vision, or shall I call it an adventure, not of Versailles, but of Herrenhausen. I seemed to myself to be in a dream as I walked soberly, quiet as a tourist mouse, by the side of Joseph Leopold. I did not even take his arm, though I was possessed by a strange emotion of fear lest I should totter and call for support during this excursion into my subconscious, as indeed it was. Supposing I felt the need for readjustment of time and space, of the past with the present, I might grasp this kind German convexity and be saved from falling, but I hoped all the while that this would not happen, for I was enjoying the furtive emotion raised in me with all my might of conscious sensation. We were walking actually in a small rectangular garden bordered on one side by high-cut hedges and on the other by low pollarded willows on the edge of what I apprehended then to be water, though as a matter of fact I believe there was no water there. The lowness of the willows and the lighter flatness reminded me of a Dutch landscape. And the semi-enclosed space where we were walking suggested the foreground of a piece of medieval tapestry with its weft of dull green and warp of strange, vividly picked-out flowers. There is a Morris wallpaper called the Daisy that was constantly hung and renewed in my old home, which has something of the same effect as the parterre in which Joseph Leopold and I were now walking. There were two narrow and rectangular strips of grass, spotted in the regular medieval fashion of tapestry, with yellow and white flowers borne up on strong, limber, upstanding stems, like the spears of grass that interspersed them, which was likewise firm and broad and tall. And at the end of the formal strip, lost, diminished, in a sort of exaggerated dream perspective, was a small grey Greek temple. It occupied the whole breadth of the end of the rectangular strip of green, and it had a background of dark sacrificial trees. I think they were yews. And we walked orderly along. I fancy at one point there was a kind of check to the integrity of my vision. The sight of our late Kutscher standing by the opening in the yew hedge, waving his arms and crying, "Nicht da! Nicht da!" We had passed the glass dome unnoticed and were walking in a mere wilderness of strong weeds, daisies and dandelions. On my bemused ears, too, there smote the healthy sound of the whetstone at work on one of the gardener's scythes. But we walked on towards the temple that stood for us like a full stop of solemnity to the flowery commas that led up to it. It was merely a tool house, where wheelbarrows and mowing machines were propped against Ionic columns green with damp, but it had served probably for all sorts of lumbering German fêtes champêtres, and there periwigged gentlemen and painted patched ladies had, quote, languidly adjusted their vapid loves, unquote. Now small, grey, posé, sinister, serious, it served to put the finishing touch to the submergence of my consciousness under waves of memory. I definitely then lost all sense of time and place, as I walked along self-supporting beside Joseph Leopold. The Kutscher with the waving arms faded away, the sound of the scythe being sharpened somewhere in the neighbourhood to cut down the robust flowers and grass died out, and I became again a child in Kensington Gardens, unconscious of impressions, as all children are, but possessed of the usual plastic memory that stores up unvalued mind pictures wherewith to overwhelm the mature intelligence in the years to come. For the scene was so nearly identical as to act as a reminder. But in those days, instead of Joseph Leopold and the Kutscher, there was a palace official, 2 German nurses talking to each other on the other side of a slight iron fence composed of 2 thin transverse bars, and 4 small children divided equally by these bars. The 2, of which I was one, were in stout boots and socks and bore hoops and hoopsticks. The other 2 were throned in a chaise drawn by a white donkey. There was a red brick palace in the background and a Greek temple in plaster behind. A babel of different German patois rent the air. The 2 children inside were very young and only liked their hands stroked. They were little Tex, and the palace was Kensington Palace. But the Westphalian nurse of the children of Alfred Hunt the painter could not long be allowed to exchange ideas and dialects with the Hessian nurse of the future Queen of England, and the stern official in charge of the little royal party warned our Millie from Paderborn that it must not be. The white donkey on this last morning of many mornings passed on firmly and finally. But not until I left that rectangular strip of grass and flowers did I become middle-aged again, and Joseph Leopold never knew, only was a little mildly interested when I gripped his arm and pointed at the temple just as a few drops of rain began to fall. In the days to which I had been temporarily switched back, we should have taken refuge, nurse, children, perambulator and all, in that temple, and bored ourselves with playing hide-and-seek round the pillars. There were plenty of Greek temples like this in Kensington Gardens in the old times. A little later on, in the tiny family museum at Herrenhausen, I took licence to linger long over certain presses full of mouldy, faded garments of all sorts, coats laced with pale gold and silver that had graced a George's broad chest, and narrow-chested, high-shouldered dresses that had held the firm, proud flesh of queens, but now flapped dispiritedly on hooks or on dummies that seemed to shrink away and refused to bear out these royal rags with any pride. I noticed during a lull of the irritating old ex-military custodian's voice a velvet cape of a faded mousy brown. Its paleness moved me more than eloquence. I remember wearing one very like it myself in the 15 years ago that seems now so much more early than even early Victorian. This little wretched wrap was hidden away behind some garments that had belonged to Caroline Matilda, Sophia's descendant and another discrowned queen. Caroline Matilda was the sister of George III. She was supposed to be beautiful, but she had thick lips and a stumpy figure. It is possible to judge, for she was evidently a very dressy sort of person, so that clothes of hers are constantly cropping up in museums. She was supposed to be clever, for she could quote To Be or Not to Be very much à trop and à travers. They married her to a sottish King Christian of Denmark, whose mother Juliana got rid of her on a possibly trumped-up story of infidelity as soon as was convenient, executed her supposed lover, and bestowed the daughter-in-law with her Hanoverian relations for the end of her days. She would have fared worse if she had not been a daughter of England and a subject for the interposition of Lord Keith, England's ambassador. Both Their dreary queenships must have worshipped in the hideous wrecked blue-tinged chapel at Celle, and prayed, kneeling in their little close stuffy royal pews, for moral support and better days that never came, adding, if one knows them at all, a touch of the commination service à l'adresse of spiteful stepmothers-in-law, named respectively Sophia and Juliana. Both must have dragged their ugly, heavy clothes and heavier hearts along the pleached walks among the boxwood mazes of the Palace of Herrenhausen, must have appeared and disappeared and reappeared again behind those high chamis, designed, one supposes, to mask secret meetings, but where the singed moths of scandal now wander alone. For what courtier would dare to repeat the disastrous flirtations that had cost both Königsmarck and Struensee their lives? One dress, labelled as that of Caroline Matilda's, looked as if the careless, despairing wearer had subjected it to very rough treatment. The delicate peach blossom silk had been dragged through wastes of autumn leaves. I was sure of it. It was spring now, but I knew the place where, in the fall of the year, the brown, dusty, parchment-like flakes must have lain in heaving drifts under the trees that had borne them. When the custodian was not attending, I stooped and examined the hem of that dress. Yes, it was discoloured, and it turned up, weakly, pathetically, just as my own dresses do if I let them trail in inappropriate places. The years were dissolved for the moment as the custodian droned on about the glories of some royal George or other, male relations of this oppressed female of their blood. There was so little between me, a woman, staring through the past, with a travel-stained skirt on of my own, probably, and another woman who had been so unhappy some 100 years ago or so, that she had not troubled to hold up her gown as she tramped aimlessly through an autumn-coloured park, the fallen leaves billowing, flying up all round her knees, clad in the neglected peach-blossom silk that didn't matter now that she was alone. Yes, I am sure she walked alone. She was thinking of the days when things were nicer, as women say, when she walked in the gardens at Kew or Kensington, and there were no dead leaves, and but servile people buzzing about her, listening politely to her misquotations of Shakespeare, or later of the short, sweet time in Copenhagen, when she was a crowned queen, with a disagreeable mother-in-law, a brutish husband, but consideration and a crown. Now I tucked the dress back in the glass cupboard and sneaked back into the wake of the custodian, feeling chilly and grown old. End of section 19. Section 20 of The Desirable Alien at Home in Germany by Violet Hunt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18, Bones, Babies and Anabaptists. There are in Münster, where we are going, 269 of my relations. Joseph Leopold observed, footnote, there are 316, JLFMH, end footnote. As the train ambled along by the side of the vast northern heath, the Lüneburger Heide, which corresponds somewhat to the New Forest in England. It is, to my mind, a much more healthy heath than the New Forest, which contains every kind of scenery except mountain scenery and trees and rivers, and plenty of those park-like enclosures dear to the land agent. The Lüneburger Heath is just an immense tract of land covered with low, scrubby, arid-looking undergrowth, where stooping turf-cutters heap up heavy clods and gather sticks and cut ling into bundles to make beds for their cattle, and perhaps for themselves. I answered politely as I sat beside him and looked out of the window, And shall I have to know them all? Eventually we must go soon and formally pay our respects to my cousin A, the head of our house. But today I'm going to show you Münster. And it will be amusing to see how many head of relation I can pass in the streets while I'm going about with you incognito. I want to see those low, quiet arches all along the main street where the Anabaptists made their last stand and were cut down as they ran in and out behind and past the pillars. What I want to see are the bones of John of Leyden in the iron cage slung on the church tower. Are you certain they are still there? Surely. They were there gleaming white among the jackdaws when I was a boy, replied Joseph Leopold staidly. He was all right as regards the relations. They were everywhere. They might have been the offspring of John of Leyden and his innumerable wives. Did we take shelter in the old palace during a shower? Did we tenant the old pilasters of the porte cochere in company of a whole many of pigtailed schoolgirls who were set down by a zealous schoolmistress to draw these pillars till that shower should leave off? Joseph Leopold would nudge me and, pointing out one of these pigtailed mädchen, "That's one." Or did we cross the street and duck under the shadow of the dark historic arches we had come to see? A lame man with a child will be looking in at a pastry cook's window. "That's Cousin A and his little grandchild." Or did we meet, a little way out towards the public gardens, a young lady going to seek her partners in a game of tennis? "That's one of Fritz's girls." Or a beautiful mature woman seen through the windows of the confectioner's, where she's ordering her Kuchen for tea, is my cousin Laura. It was uncles everywhere, and cousins flung in my path like mad. Presently I was bidden to look into a shop window and see the page of the Münster Daily Journal, owned, edited and printed by one of my new relations. Then I was taken to see the dreary but handsome hospital given by the family collectively. Then to the large family mansion in the Palladian style, was it, where, quote, my granduncle, unquote, lived and died, and the church, quote, my people, unquote, had built, and the other church that they preferred to worship in. All this ancestor worship left me rather cold. I am, as I have said, of the undomestic race that scorns family ties. At last we came to the Savatierplatz, a little green triangle at the back door of that old family mansion. Here, to this lonely square of carefully tended green grass, every little Joseph Leopold, including the one who was telling me about it, is taken out at a certain appropriate age with every formality to make his first tottering footsteps. There where his father and his grandfather made theirs, in leading strings and supported by parents and grandparents and a proud, responsible nurse. And when I had heard all about the ancestor who was Burgomaster of Münster, and who had to drink a whole silver cockful of wine at one draught under pain of forfeiting his proud position, and had been shown the very silver cock preserved in the Friedenssaal, I was allowed to gratify my own morbid tastes, raise my eyes, and removing my centre of interest from these family matters, look up at the tall tower of St. Servatius and pick out the cage containing the bones of John of Leyden and his Lieutenant Knipperdolling. John of Leyden, the tailor, alias John Bockelson, alias the King of Righteousness, alias the King of Zion, must have been a very terrible, forcible villain, strong, proud and lustful. He came, a refugee from Leyden, along with his first lieutenant, a baker from Haarlem, to avoid the persecutions going on there against the Reformed religion, and chose Münster in Westphalia because Münster was favourable to the new ideas and had lately taken the strong step of turning its Catholic bishop out of the city. But the citizens had hardly bargained for the lusty tailor in his stead. The baker from Haarlem having been killed in a sortie, John chose another lieutenant, a draper this time, with the ridiculous name of Knipperdolling. Yes, they're comic characters enough, both of them, till we think of the red-hot pincers and knives for flaying in the iron cages hung high on St. Lugerius, with the few white bones lying on the barred floor, dropping gradually through the chinks onto the heads of the excessively Catholic posterity below. For as good Mrs. Markham remarks, quote, "Münster ever since that time has been one of the most bigoted popish cities in Europe," unquote. That is the way it always is, and that is why the Joseph Leopolds pullulate in it. The new chief of insurrection began his reign by running stark naked through the streets of Münster, screaming that the King of Zion had come, while Knipperdolling incited the mob to pull down the steeples. Then began a period of almost incredible laisser-aller. As Mrs. Markham says, but is unable to go into the reasons thereof for fear of shocking young George and Mary, quote, "The number of females who flocked to the enfranchised town of Münster was 6 times greater than that of the men," unquote. John counted it politicable, and indeed necessary, to decree that all men should treat themselves to a plurality of wives. He took to himself 17. And we look up again at the cage with the rotting bones. At first it was free wives and free meals, and men and women ate together at public tables set in the public street. But the dispossessed bishop, armed and accompanied by the forces of law and order, laid siege to the perverted city, and it behoved the King of Righteousness to put it in a state of defence. Boys stood beside the men on the walls and shot arrows onto the besiegers, while the women poured boiling oil onto their heads. Then famine reared its head, as famine will on these occasions. But still John of Leyden, predestinated, mad, drunk with power, married wives, and attired them sumptuously, and lived with them and his lieutenants on the diminishing provisions of the garrison, so that the common people starved, though they, and they alone, carried on the defence of Münster. One wife, Elizabeth, history says, expostulated with the madman who ruled all, and put in a plea for the starving population, pointing out that John himself was meanwhile living in unstinted, unheard-of luxury. He struck off her head picturesquely with his two-handed sword, and then danced round her body with his other wives, including, I suppose, the fair Divara, who was chief among them. I think one ought to be able to make a play out of all these incidents and the strange, mad, picturesque scoundrels who had their fun and then paid the price for it. For the city was stormed and the Anabaptists put to the sword. And seeing those low-browed, stunted arches that are built in a wavering, sagging line over the flagged walk of the principal street, and which hide nearly all the daylight from the shops, which are here now and were there in the old days, I could only see, as Joseph Leopold did, the awful drama for which the scene still remains set. I saw the hunted fanatics as they were chased hither and thither, in and out of their poor shelter through 3 days. Footnote. I don't believe the authors saw anything of the sort. We were too much engaged in debating where we should eat. JLFMH. End footnote. I saw the blood pouring, streaming from the knees of the stonework into the gutters, and heard the shrieks, now muffled, now piercingly audible, that must have come from the hollow of the pillars as these unhappy déséquilibrés, who had not been able to make the city of Zion a going concern, paid for their politics with their lives. Oh, Münster in Westphalia is an old, hard, cruel place, and Münster is really Germany, bigoted, self-centred Germany. As for the 3, John of Leyden and Knipperdolling and another, there could be no mercy for them. Their hands were cut off, their flesh was torn from their body by red-hot pincers, they were flayed alive, and then they were hung up by the neck in the iron cages I have spoken of, and hitched up to the central tower and left to starve. They hung there and the flesh melted off their bones, and then the bones themselves dropped slowly down to the bottom of the cage, and some of them fell through, as I have said. But there are no bones there now, I swear, though Joseph Leopold says he saw them there 15 years ago. I was cheated. We went towards dusk into a grim council chamber with stained glass windows, rather like the chapter house of Durham Cathedral. There are stalls all round it, and small, old, moth-eaten, velvet-embroidered cushions set on the hard seats of those stalls, and on those very velvet cushions nearly all the sommités of Europe sat once on a time when they were met in Minster to ratify the Treaty of Westphalia and end the 30 Years' War. The man whose name is written on a script above the seat undoubtedly sat there. Footnote. Or his representative, JLFMH, end footnote. And the labels speak of Philip IV of Spain, the Emperor Ferdinand III, and Louis XIV of France. Half the population of Germany perished in that war. 900,000 men were destroyed in Saxony alone in 2 years. The population of one town, Augsburg, was reduced from 80,000 to 18,000, and so on in proportion all over the land. What makes people do it? For people nowadays would not allow themselves to be killed off like that for a faith or even for money. Was war in those days really a trade? And were the sure facilities of loot that had to be given to the soldiers of fortune the inspiring cause? For there are now no church treasuries to rob, and if there were, soldiers would not be allowed to rob them. Or was it obedience to a blind natural law making for the reduction of populations that nations did for themselves the work of floods and pestilence? We went to the Queen of England and had the worst English restaurant dinner I have ever had, either out of England or in it, and away by the 9 o'clock train. And so ended our day incognito in Minster. End of section 20. Section 21 of The Desirable Alien at Home in Germany by Violet Hunt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19, Celle. Celle, the early home of a Queen of England that was not to be, Sophia Dorothea, is just such another Browning town as Hamelin. As Joseph Leopold and I drank our coffee and munched Sandkuchen over a red-checked tablecloth in front of the best and smartest inn of Celle, patronised and sealed as its respectable own by the Automobile Touring Club, as we sat in the hostelry at Hamelin with signed firmans and framed mandates of that powerful company on the walls, I felt for all the world as if we were under the same dignified auspices as at Tours or Évreux in France, or Warwick or Ludlow in England. And later on, when we had penetrated farther into the smug little town of Celle and found the old florid out at elbows family hotel with its heavy gilt cornices and fusty rep hangings, one thought of the old coaching inns at Sandwich in Kent or Alnwick in Northumberland. The difference was that whereas even the distant Northumbrian inn had brought itself painfully up to date with separate tables and exiguous portions, served and delivered in an attempted French style, the German hotel ordinary was still early Victorian in amplitude and mode of cooking and serving. We all sat at one long table with tourists, sportsmen and commis voyageurs, and whereas in England, when replete, that is to say quite stuffed with sawdust, you sally forth to visit the ill-restored cathedral or the hopelessly ruined castle, In Germany there is nearly always a Gothic cathedral or church well left alone and in full working order, and a Schloss in as good repair as it ever was, with a roof on and a well that can be used. And if you look for it in England, there is generally a museum, but you don't look for it, you don't want to. You know too well what you will see there. A few vases, a few geological specimens, some section of Saurian, a model of a mine, of a ship, of a town hall, and perhaps a Saxon altar. But in Celle, at any rate, you have not to look for a museum. It is large, new, spick and span, and planted opposite the entrance to the castle. It is a very fine museum, very airy, high-pitched and light, and not nearly so tiring to go over as most museums. I think it is the dust that one imbibes that so fatigues. And where everything was interesting, well shown and cleverly placed, I fixed my attention on what I shall never see in England, though I have seen it in Provence, where the inhabitants of a show place are educated as they are in Germany and take an intelligent interest in their own town and their own pasts as citizens. For in France, the Ministère des Beaux-Arts, in Germany the state, in one form or another, steps in when something in the way of local historical evidence is disappearing and buys it up, puts a moral fence against vandalism round it if it is not transplantable, or if it is, moves it bodily to a museum. In the Ailotron Museum at Arles, there is the entire reconstruction of a Provençal mass, furniture, waxwork, figures and the rest of it. In Celle, the Society has done even better. There is no papier-mâché eidolon of the mouldering lodge of the past, but the actual farm. 2 actual farms bought up and placed in a museum there. And there they are, 2 peasant houses, farms of a date certainly earlier than 1640, though the model remains the same, the very needy woodman's cottage, with its little light shining through the thick impenetrable forest to guide errant princes, huntsmen and clever tailors to a shelter, planked down, lock, stock and barrel, in the lower hall of the Celle Museum. We see 3 out of the 4 walls, like a grown-up doll's house, stained with the smoke from the big fire in the very centre of the earth floor, and the cook and the great pot slung on it. The real household utensils shining bright are hung on the walls, and the effigies of many hams hang from the rafters. It has been used, this room. Families have lived and died surrounded by these walls. In the inner rooms are their sleeping arrangements, shut in and curtained close, all of them, so that no air-loving Englishman could sleep in such a hot bed. The little candle of legend that flings its light on a naughty world and calls in adventure and sometimes misfortune from the wide waste stands against a square window on a shelf, so that it may be seen as far as possible and at the very least tamely light the good man home. And to exemplify the fact that the German peasant farmer chose, and I believe does still choose, to have his ox and his ass and everything that is his, or his feudal lord's, within doors at night, the byre is next to the Stube, with only a door between. The patient beasts, the farmer's day-long companions of the furrow, are gathered into his peace when all their work is done. No distant, defenceless stable for these good servants, and stumbling pilgrimages over the rough cobbled yard at night by the light of an ineffectual lantern for him, roused from his slumbers by a summoning moo or whinny. I can imagine scenes like a nativity by Rembrandt, the good man sitting by his fire, surrounded by his family in the one room, among the flickering shadows and watching, with the sleepy paternal eye of the shepherd, the oily rafters of the stable and the dung floor that reflects no firelight rays, listening, though we cannot see in the dim penumbra, to the patient ox nosing at the props of his stall. And on Christmas Eve, when, as the legend says, these humblest servants of all are granted the gift of speech in remembrance of the Christ child who once deigned to lie in their midst nor scorned them, I can fancy some Mädchen or Junker, aware of the wonderful miracle that may even then be passing, leaving his warm place in the light and stealing into the dim stable to listen to the beasts that speak then and then only on that night of memories. And having lived with the peasant a while, we came away and attuned ourselves to the greater, finer life of the prince. The Schloss of Celle is just opposite the museum. In the old engravings we see it with a full moat and 4 large tourelles, with sprightly flags flying at the 4 corners of all of them. It is difficult to realise the defensible nature of this old building now that the flanking towers are gone, replaced by ugly, shapeless yellow buttresses that seem to lean up against the main fabric rather than support it. The moat is filled up, occupied by peaceful shell walks and low scrubby trees. An old man who keeps chickens is custodian, and his daughter shows you round. He is an old army officer whose military services have been thus rewarded. That is the way they save the government's money in Germany. Instead of giving a pension to a retired military man, he is appointed to a nice soft place, such as custodian of this kind, or he is made a railway station master. Footnote: it is the way they do it in England too, or what are Hampton Court Palace and Chelsea Hospital, with their rooms and appointments for servants of the state for. This, in fact, is the way international comparisons get written. A German officer AD gets a pension like any other officer, and although every railway official was once a soldier, that is only because every male German is or was once a soldier. The railway services belonging to the various states may be entered by any officer on his retirement from the army, and if, like Major W. whom our author has frequently mentioned, he be a skilful engineer, he will be employed to build new railway lines and may become in time chief engineer of one of the great systems, which is, of course, a very good post. But the same career is open to any civilian after he has performed his 2 or 1 year's military service. JLFMH, end footnote. Inside there is no sign of rack and ruin. The whole place gives the impression of cheer, ease and comfort. It reminded me of some old chintz-covered, lightly papered English country house. There is plenty of faded tapestry of a French character hung on the walls of the lower rooms and covering the sofas. In the upper ones the old paper still hangs on the walls, and it is generally a Chinese wallpaper, such as one sees in English country houses, with pagodas and strange long-tailed birds flying about among the twisted boughs. At the very top is the theatre, a round arena built into a square apartment. The chapel is down below, and there is Caroline Matilda's pew, where she sat and mourned her fall, and the Duke of Celle's great pew, where his daughter, the other discrowned queen, must have sat and worshipped in her happier days. It was not far from here that she expiated her errors, if errors they were, and lived for 30 years as Princess of Ahlden. Sophia Dorothea's enthusiastic biographer, the late W.H. Wilkins, found his way to Ahlden on the marshes and gives a picture of it in his book. It is not very like a castle. It is more like a courthouse, which I believe it is or was used for. It reminds me too of a fortified Northumbrian manor house or rectory, such as I saw last year at Embleton and Elsdon. It is situated in an unhealthy, low-lying marsh, so Mr. Wilkins told me, and flat it is, for all the world, like a piece of Cambridgeshire. From his description, I used to make myself see a characteristic scene, inspired by my knowledge of the curious tic Sophia Dorothea had for furious driving, a long, low road stretching out over flat marshlands for 6 miles and crossing a little bridge at Hayden, and over this road, in an open carriage in all weathers, a lady with black hair and diamonds in it drives furiously backwards and forwards as far as the bridge, many times in the day for 30 years. An escort of cavalry, their drawn swords flashing with another sheen than diamonds in the low light, rides always behind her. But no one, either in Hanover or Celle, seemed able to tell me anything about Ahlden, and I had to give up the idea of seeing it, except with the eyes of my head. It was only another Schloss. Germany is studded all over with them. Germany would seem to add more potentates to the square mile than any other country. I never realized, till I had lived in Germany, the true incidence of Prussian hegemony. A kingdom may occupy no more space than a good-sized pocket handkerchief, yet it boasts a Schloss or palace in which the owner lives, or not, according to his fulfilment of the pact with Prussia. The Duke of Hessen-Darmstadt has a large patrimony and plenty of other places, and his palace at Gießen makes a very useful barrack. The Prince of Lippe is lord of a spring, so he has instituted a Kur. And as for architecture and appearance, palaces and Schlosses are all different. Biberich, for instance, is like an English country house, a pale yellow mass of buildings built round a courtyard. Celle was once fortified, as I have said, but it is so no longer. Hear what Caroline Matilda, the English princess, who dragged out her last weary years of banishment at Celle and prayed for resignation in the chapel there, said about the palaces she saw as she passed through Germany on her way to take up her royal state at Copenhagen as the wife of Christian of Denmark. I found her remarks in a little French version of her memoirs that I picked up on the quays in Paris. She was an alien, but hardly a desirable one, so her mother-in-law said. She seems to have had plenty of spirit until they broke it for her in her country of adoption, beheaded her lover, the physician, and imprisoned her, till our ambassador, Lord Keith, insisted on taking her away. She wrote, she read. She had quoted Hamlet in England apropos of her intended marriage, to be or not to be. That is, shall I marry Christian? And this is what she says about the sauvagerie of her father's German relations. Every 2 or 3 leagues, so she avers, we seem to pass into the territory of a different sovereign. Sometimes I went by without even discovering that I was in the capital town of yet another princeling. There they live, these counts and barons of the Holy Empire, in tumble-down castles with towers and turrets, and which they can only afford to half inhabit. They all brag of their illustrious ancestry, and when once I had seen their wretched places for myself, I was able to believe their boast, since it was plain they really had lived in them from time immemorial. There's more comfort and elegance to be found in the country house of a Londoner than in any one of these dreary abodes, hung with rotten tapestries, where some serene highness or other dies of ennui, though he lives in all the pomp of a monarch, with a suite, people called écuyers, grands écuyers, high chamberlains, and all unpaid." Unquote. She was evidently, as the custom was, put up for the night at some of these dilapidated residences, or at any rate taken to the owners of them, for she speaks contemptuously of their women, quote, "sitting inanimate in their own drawing-rooms, like the wax figures that are kept at Westminster." Unquote. And we went on to Osnabrück, where a stage of the other Hanoverian tragedy was enacted. For when Sophia Dorothea, the wife of our first George, lay on her deathbed in the castle of Ahlden, she raved, she denounced her husband, the King of England, and she wrote or dictated, so the story says, a letter to be delivered to him after her death. And the same story says that it was delivered 9 months afterwards to the King, when he landed on his biennial visit to his other, less important, but more darling kingdom of Hanover. The receipt of it brought on the apoplectic stroke that he did not recover from. Moaning and crying out, the red, puffy, unwholesome little old man put his head out of the carriage window and passionately urged the postilions forward. "Osnabrück, Osnabrück," he mumbled, as his faculties became more and more bemused. His brother was Bishop of Osnabrück, and he wanted to die in the palace there. He knew he must die. A fortune-teller had assured him long ago in England that his wife's death would only too surely herald his own. It is hinted that Sophia Dorothea's own span might have been shorter, and her existence made less tolerable, if this superstitious idea had not taken solid root in the mind of George. He was a mass of superstitions, and his spirit kept its word and visited the Duchess of Kendal, that is, Kielsmansegge, the lady whose yellow cloak Sophia Dorothea had mocked, after death. She was used to swear that into the window of her room at Richmond a white dove flew, and that it was the ghost of her royal lover. The shabbiness, the vapidness, as of an old, battered, tattered, 2-shilling yellow-backed novel of Osnabrück struck me to the soul. And yet we stayed in it, in a mouldering hotel, very big, very vast, with enormous rooms opening through tall, oppressive folding doors into other enormous rooms. We slept in little, cheap iron bedsteads that sneaked in the corners, leaving vast unoccupied spaces of moth-eaten carpet where a bed with a baldachin and tester should have reared its proud head. I was very glad it didn't, though. It was impossible to eat in the hotel. There were only 2 restaurants in Osnabrück, and they were no better qua food than the hotel, only the table linen was clean and mended. It was a city of desolation to me, but yet it was a handsome city. It had parks and walks laid out on the ramparts, and 2 churches and a bishop's palace, the palace that George tried to attain to but did not. There was nothing to do there. There was not even a cinematograph. One night we went to a smoking concert in a beer garden and heard miners sing through a long, interminable programme. And yet they sang very well. In the afternoons we walked along one of the 3 straight allees laid out on the ramparts and stared at the queer, reticent old bishop's palace on the other side. One of these 3 allees had a board up bearing the words, "Only for old ladies." Another was, "Verboten to old ladies." And the third was reserved for cavaliers. Footnote: I do not believe that these notice boards ever existed. Our author was probably hypnotised into seeing them by the English belief that such things exist in Germany. Of course, many notice boards exist in that fertile and regulated land. In almost every public place you will read on one seat the words "only for children," and on the next "forbidden to children." Perhaps once in Brunswick City there was an Ober-Tribunal procurator whose children put out their tongues at an infirm but disagreeable lady-in-waiting to the Serenity. Such things happen. Then, to avoid scandal between these important functionaries, to avoid court intrigues, the fall of ministries and possible revolutions, the benevolent prince would order that children and old ladies shall be separated. And very sensibly too. JLFMH, end footnote. There was probably some reason for this, but I never discovered what it was, or in which allée I was to walk. Supposing I, as an old lady, wished to visit a cousin at the end of the park in company with Joseph Leopold. Supposing I needed the support of his stalwart arm. It could not be done. I should have to walk in the allée that was only for old ladies, he in that forbidden to my kind, and the whole allée reserved for cavaliers would be between us. End of section 21. Section 22 of The Desirable Alien at Home in Germany by Violet Hunt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20, Part 1. Trier. We had been in 4 countries that day, I thought, with the shiver of globe-trotting pride as I turned in that night. From a bed in Paris it was that I had arisen that morning. In the course of the day we had passed through Belgium, looked in at the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, and, misliking it, had packed into the train again and come across the frontier back into Germany. We could truly say that morning, when we paid our bill in Paris, we were all unwitting that we should sleep in Germany. That was the fun of it. Our country drew us unknowingly to its bosom. Luxembourg was a fraud. Joseph Leopold had always had a weakness for Luxembourg. It is small and independent, a buffer state between 2 great antagonistic powers, a capital that has never been taken. For that it has to thank its impregnable position. It has a coinage, a set of postage stamps, quite nice, and suitable little laws. Nobody ever seems to be naughty there, and nobody makes trouble. Nobody is looking for it. And so we went to Luxembourg. We got out of the train about 1 o'clock, and, says Joseph Leopold, picturesquely recounting the tale of our brief descent upon the city, I gave one wild scream and desired to brush its mud from off my boots at once. I did not scream. I sniffed and said that Luxembourg was to me like a place in a dream, an ugly dream of suburbia. That was all I said then. And although I have been driven to mention the particular district of suburban London of which Luxembourg reminds me, I will not do so again, because a distinguished novelist of my acquaintance lives there and has protested. We spent in this truly blessed town 2 hours, and in that short space I realised what the perfect state, as designed by a radical House of Commons, and which by means of insurance bills and other forms of grandmotherly legislation they are now hoping to inaugurate in good old naughty England, would be like. It is also the poet Wordsworth's personal ideal multiplied by numbers. Quote, "To sit without ambition, hope, or aim, and listen to the flapping of the flame and kettles singing its faint undersong," unquote. And one pictures The inhabitants of this dignified city, socially a cut above Wordsworth and the cottage at Rydal, sitting behind stucco marbled pilasters in gardens full of pot shrubs, listening to the sudden jar of the embers in the heated stoves, eating indigestible cakes, and meditating their reasonable alliances, their gentle business bargains, their seasonable deaths, or simply thinking of nothing at all. This may not be so. I do not state it as a fact for one moment. I was in no private house of Luxembourg except a mild cafe, a quiet post office, a respectable church. But I seem to feel this sort of thing going on in the white plastered houses, ensconced in gardens full of shrubs, behind reticulated stuccoed balustrades, like A Road or, let us say, Palace Gardens, both streets where even Art Nouveau has not penetrated. It may not be, but I think that no Luxembourgeois will be capable of crime, splendid crime at least. History only records one crime, and that is a mean one. The bastard of Luxembourg sold Joan of Arc to the English for a few hundred crowns. The reason Luxembourg has never been taken is its position, coupled with its want of importance. The town is situated on a vast rambling series of hills, surrounded by a sort of wide natural moat, approached by long bridges built over the valley from all sides. Two rivers, flowing right through, would connect it in case of a siege with the material resources of the outer world. But as yet, war has not menaced Luxembourg. The florid gardens of the citizens, with their stucco bastions, hang over the embattled steep, and the noise of gracefully dripping fountains fills the air. We bought some stamps and some postcards, changed some money, and got some Luxembourg coins in exchange. These we took as curiosities. Specimens of them lurk in my purse to this day, wherewith I affront peaceable citizens in England, France and Germany. And then we took the train for a town in Germany, Trèves, or Trier, as I'm bound to call it. Trier is more or less a frontier town. There is that feeling about it all the time. One seems to hear the uncertain twittering of embarrassed peoples living on the edge of one civilization where it merges into another. The want of character of the duchy is in dreary juxtaposition to the cranky national idiosyncrasies of a borderland of German people. We got in about 11 o'clock at night. We consumed, naturally, the unfailing Wiener Schnitzel, generally a safe draw in Germany, at the station, and then walked along into the town in search of an hotel indicated by the waiter. It was a very dark and dull night. The sight of Trier, to a woman who has never seen Rome and never hopes to do so — I do not, be it observed, say hopes never to do so — is something stupendous. And Joseph Leopold, who has seen Rome, had just come from thence, in fact, when we entered Trier by the Porta Nigra, was very nearly as deeply impressed as I. We walked from the station. The streets were dark, lighted only by the average city illumination as we approached a slight ditch, answering to the raising of the soil's level in the course of 2,000 years. And in that ditch we saw a mass of crumbling masonry, huge, portentously old, cruel and jagged looking. That was all. On our left was the great modern hotel, the Porta Nigra, outfacing the town lights with the glare of its restaurant. And here was its ancient namesake, the great gate of the old Roman town of Trier, dull, lonely, unlighted. Two tram lines, dipping into the shallow ditch, passed round it like an ambulant girdle of light, and then coalesced. The gate is for all the world like the étoile or the marble arch, but it is not riant or commonplace like those two. It is grim and sardonic, hopeless and left behind, majestic in its indifference. It has none of the well-to-do spruceness of a gate in which a concierge lives. The citizens do well not to light it. They merely allow it to be girt round with the rattling, glaring evidence of civilization. I had never seen anything like it. By daylight it is hardly less portentous, though the stone looks greyer, more powdery and patched in places. It reminded me of an old hollow tooth, or of another ruin of equal caducity of aspect, that is the very oldest tree at Burnham Beeches, and it is quite hollow, like those majestic wrecks. The custodian's room, built in modern medieval times by some dead and gone bishop, has fallen also to decay. The arched galleries where the Roman soldiers walked and sighted arrivals, the conning towers whence they flashed their wireless messages, are less frittered and crumbled than those trees. But, as the child said of the elephant, it looks so big, it can't all of it die. There is no reason why these swart, ungainly lumps of stone, laid together and cemented with the faultless Roman mortar, should ever disintegrate. It is not a flimsy structure like St. Paul's in London, which the loaded trams, the underground tubes, can shake into disruption. I saw once in childhood a picture of the Porta Nigra in my German history book, and I recognized the original with a positive flash of gladness. But the little cut over Mrs. Markham's 12th chapter does not give the massive solidity of the heap of stones that came to stay and has stayed and will stay. Trier was Roman and is Roman still. I felt it there keenly, the continuity of races and the basic value of Rome, just as I do in France at Carcassonne, in England at Old Sarum, and in every place where Rome has been, has washed in, pushing its irresistible tide of conquest. One realizes the patient, stolid, plodding, staying power which makes Rome seem so young and vital, everywhere but in Rome. There, I am told, the sense of solidity and endurance have cracked and have been burnt out with the scarifying heat and sun of centuries. Anyhow, one never gets away from Rome anywhere else. Why should one? Rome is very recent, viewed with that strong sense of continuity of time which is mine. The first day I was in Trier, I took a walk up the hills on the Luxembourg side. I saw the monument of Eagle, so like the monument at Saint-Rémy. I passed the Mariensäule, a figure of the Virgin with her crown composed of stars, lit up at night by the town electric works and placed on a Roman altar to some general or other. I looked on the glancing white low-roofed houses of the plain, the delicate deliberate slope of the arched bridges that spanned the Mosel. I noticed the ferry, the large black-caulked boat worked by pulleys and levers on the Roman system. Then my eyes harked back to pick out the Roman buildings, the palace of the Caesars, the Basilica, the Porta Nigra, isolated by its ring of tram lines, and the faint tracings of the foundations of the baths. The arena is hidden behind a low hill with trees. There is all Rome, its royalty, its religion, its health, its amusements. The Basilica is complete and as ugly as it ever was, the small portion of the ruined palace of Constantine seems as important as the whole of any ordinary restored medieval castle. It makes up in massiveness and weight for what it has lost in wall space. It is an empty shell, granted, but the shell of a roc's egg. Or to use another zoological comparison, the rotundities broadening at the base of its 4 bastions like an elephant's feet seem planted firmly on the soil forever. Yes, seen from the Marienhöhe, Trier must have looked those few 400 years ago when Constantine, fighting at Neumagen, made his splendid speech, much as it does today. And with characteristic German thoroughness, the worthy dispassionate guidebooks take pains to acquaint one with all the étapes of wilful neglect which the vestiges suffered at the hands of the 2 wanton centuries that preceded our 2. This generation is so proud of them. The baths, now they are excavated, are laid out, the different levels accounted for, and the foundations, where not even foundations exist, carefully made, put in the plans sold by the polite custodian. But of the baths themselves there is nothing left but a few props of hypocausts, pillars, and an uneven, broken-up floor or so. It reminds one very much of the basement of a large London house after the housebreakers have done their worst. Still, in innocent self-damnation, there are given at the back of the plan views of the buildings as they existed 2 centuries ago. Südfassade bis zum Jahre 1610 and again Innenaussicht 1610. Both cuts show fine upstanding groups of masonry rising to 1 story in most cases, sometimes to 2, portals, arches, all crumbling, but a building still, not a basement. So it is obvious that up to 1610 holes might have been stopped, lead roofs put on, necessary reparations made, a little of the civic money spent whose sum would gladly be doubled, tripled by the antiquarian societies of today. Best of all, the general process of lifting, winked at all over the world, might have been prevented instead of being encouraged. Then the stones of Trier, of Carcassonne, of Borgovicus on the Roman wall would not have been filched. Nowadays they, quote, stop a hole to expel the winter's flaw, unquote, in the cottage of some yokel, leaning slavishly against some of the grandest bits of masonry in the world. Whole villages would not have grown up like toadstools in a forest of arching trees, built of stones prigged without manorial or seigneurial reproach from the patient unconsidered ruin nearby. But nobody knew or cared anything about antiquities in those 2 dreadful centuries. Read Giovanni Casanova, who did his courting of the Roman girls, quote, dans quelques vieilles mines tombantes, unquote. Great chunks of villa and gate and circus, extant then and standable on, that have simply disappeared today. In those days, nature alone was worshipped, and not even nature very much on the continent. In England, a few protests were made by local antiquaries, dry as dust inhuman people like Surtees and Rain, but Strawberry Hill Gothic was not condemned, and Walter Scott collogued with these vandals in disguise and built Abbotsford. The arena at Trier has, in the nature of things, not suffered so deeply as the baths. There was less to carry off, only a circle of stone seats and a couple of chariot entrances, for most of the business was conducted below. The great circle has been excavated. It is all lightly grass-grown. The 3 tiers of seats, the 2 entrances, and a half dozen or so of bins at the sides for the wild beasts which the eager crowds looked at and poked up while they waited for the real fun to begin, and the victims brought up by the lift to the trapdoor and planked down, ready for the carnage. The zealous German antiquaries have excavated below. We went down, led by our old soldier of a guide, into a ghastly pit of shining mud and glassy pools of water, holding in solution all that is left of the original floor of the basement. And in recondite caverns leading off from the main underground parterre, the victims were penned. Here was the lift that brought them dazed and brutalized up to the light of day and death. The mouldering joists of the lift machinery are still here. The Roman had every convenience that an inventive, a cool and calculating mind could suggest. It is one of the insane peculiarities of the tempestuous, restless German nature of Joseph Leopold that he is incapable of spending what is called a quiet evening at home. He must be out, and he must drag his womankind out with him too. When we are staying in hotels, there is some justifiable excuse for this course, at all events in German hotels, for in these there is no drawing-room, in its primary sense of withdrawing-room. When you have dined or supped, you, a dame or even a Frau, have nowhere to retire to except your bedroom or the Schreibzimmer. Now, the exceedingly unsociable and grotesque arrangement and appointments of the Schreibzimmer would lead one to suppose that every German's correspondence is of a dark and secret nature, for one is expected to sit severally in a sort of cubicle or bin, and the traitorous movements of one's pen are hidden by a series of glass shields erected between the writer and the tenant of the next compartment. There is always the smoking room, I hear someone exclaim. I know that my sex frequently does penetrate to this desecrative male holy of holies, but that is in the larger hotels, where there is, of course, a drawing-room as well as a lounge. And it is pure feminine perversity which suggests a raid on exclusively male quarters. But the adventurous female who wishes to follow her husband and share his after-dinner cigarette with him must make up her mind to reverse the proceeding and follow her Orpheus in a milder sort of hell, rank with tobacco fumes. Its rough wooden tables littered with Schoppen and pools of spilt beer, a region whose reigning Pluto does not want Eurydice at any price. It is never done. I once saw two high-bred English ladies peering disconsolately into the extremely Teniers-like interior of the Weinstube of a certain hotel at Trier, looking earnestly for the usual stuffy apartment with dull stained glass windows giving onto the mews, but glorious within in the style of liberty, set with palms whose genesis is wrapped in scarves and dotted with tables bearing travellers' Bibles and hotel advertisements and pens that won't write. "What, no drawing-room?" they cried, and flounced out. So after dinner I put a schleier over my head, and we go out into the square front of the Hotel zur Post and turn a corner and find ourselves in one of the little narrow stone-paved streets of which the old town of Trier is composed. The gables of the houses seem in the dimness to peer down on us and brush our shoulders. 10 to 1, after we have been walking for 5 minutes or 2, we meet the ambulant police officer with his quiet, sullen-looking dog. He peeps, gently and with no great effect of excessive vigilance, down this or that dark valley into dusky entries. He examines tall porte-cochères where dusky forms wait and linger. The German streets are the constant scene of crime and violence. Yet though people are nervous, they are so distrustful of the police that they subscribe to watchman societies in the hopes of sleeping sounder nights. As a matter of fact, the German police are dishonest and untrustworthy. The post of policeman is the usual appanage of a non-commissioned officer, and he is no good. Having no traditions, no point of honour, he is utterly unfitted for the responsible post of guardian of the liberty of the subjects of the Kaiser. End of section 22. Section 23 of The Desirable Alien at Home in Germany by Violet Hunt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20, Trier, Part 2. My Aunt Emma, in her lonely villa at B-, resembling a villa at Surbiton or Laleham, has likewise no great opinion of her national police. So although she subscribes with her neighbours to employ a private constable to watch her door at night, she prefers to make assurance doubly sure, and sets a thief to catch a thief, as it were. A clever mechanical contrivance in the nature of a clock is attached to her front door. The trusty watchman, passing to and fro on his beat every 10 minutes, is bound to punch the clock every time, and the incorruptible instrument registers the punch. So much for Aunt Emma, who is very old and very wise, for so far her watchman, his morals reinforced by this clock, has never failed her. We go on through a maze of little quiet streets of houses interspersed by high mute-faced garden walls, enclosing churchyards, some of them, for the long yew boughs lean over into the roadway. As we wander for half an hour together, all is dark, mysterious and silent, until the city tram, like a huge perambulating night beetle, all iridescent and phosphorescent in the gloom, comes blundering through, tickling the shutters of the houses and flattening us against the wall till it has passed. And presently, in pursuance of Joseph Leopold's nightly policy, we pass through the lighted portals of one of the 3 homes of light and song that Trier holds. There is no play on at the theatre that night, and no concert at the club next door. Only last night we took our tickets a couple of hours beforehand and returned at 7, mind you, to see Der Condottiere. It was the history of a certain Colleone who, for the love of a lady, betrayed Venice. One lady, nay 2, even 3, all of them were ready to risk life and honour for the sake of Colleone, who was quite old and not ashamed of it. This was one of the touches of realism in an otherwise romantic play. Everyone comes in and tells Colleone that he is gaga and ought to know better, but he naturally falls back on his demonstrable fascinations. So lovely Venetian ladies continue to be admitted at all hours. In between the acts we wandered about in a large foyer, very white and clean, hung with portraits of great actors, and drank box and coffee served from a buffet of 2 lovely matrons, not a bit like barmaids. Then we went in to see Colleone die impressively in his chair before the Doge's throne, stripped of his honours and condemned to death. At least, this is how I made out the Byronic story. But, as I say, there was no play on that night at all, and no concert. For weeks we had seen across the square from our hotel a dreary civic building of sorts which had borne in white letters the announcement, Tuberculosis Museum, and I had promised myself that 1 hour at least I would sup full of horrors. But this evening the label had gone, and the plain grey building became what it always was, the cadastral. And so we fell back on the plat du jour, a cinematograph. I had never seen a cinematograph show till I came to live in Germany. I was then told that England abounded in them, and this wild joy was at hand, had been at hand for years, in the 2 main streets that bounded my dwelling. I had never so far discovered them, never known this famous form of amusement. Now I live in them. I'm only sorry that the censor has lately been allowed to have anything to do with them, for now I shall never see again what I saw in the course of my first cinematograph, Joseph Leopold, taking upon himself the office of the much abused functionary, says I am not to set down what I saw. At any rate, it was the triumph of the unexpected, and that surely is the salt of cinematographs and entertainments generally. And it was nothing wrong. It was only out of place, and would not have been out of place in a musical comedy. Nay, it would have been indicated. I burn to say what it was. Joseph Leopold does not take a frivolous view of this enormous international development. The cinematograph is an institution. It is educational. It is, at any rate, reading without tears. Footnote: the village of Kreuzberg on April 14th, 1913, allocated £50 of its yearly revenue to purchasing seats for poor children at the local cinematographs on Sundays throughout the year. JLFMH, end footnote. It is vastly inducive of a philosophical attitude of mind. It is a vivid, cogent object lesson in the sequence of events. The couple of stories usually given, historical, cosmopolitan, revelatory of varieties of national character, as even the more laughable films are, must be provocative of something like the prophetic powers that a study of history, past and present, gives. A hochspannendes detective drama may, in its details, pander to a vulgar taste, but it is pretty certain to reach the level of the intelligence it is designed to impress. Possibly some forger has been turned from his wickedness, some fool from his folly, some potential murderer from his crime, by the sight of one of these dramas of financial ruin, of blood and revenge, even though, owing to the obvious imperfection of the medium, blood cannot run red, or the face of the ruined man blanch. It is better so. It is better, as Shakespeare's Helena said, that, quote, the white death should sit on their cheeks forever, unquote, for the coloured films are abominable. But as it is, I should not mind wagering that conscience money has been paid as a result of some evenings spent in a red plush-coloured armchair with an antimacassar slung over the back of it, a square of tawdry lace that is apt to follow you out into the street. And are no simple souls induced to a more tolerant rule of piety after seeing, say, The Bell Ringer, where the devil terrifies the ancient functionary from ringing the Angelus, and only gives him leave to pursue his calling on condition that the devil shall take the first soul that enters the church while the bell is ringing. It is hard on the soul, but the philosophy of the scapegoat is sound enough. The innocent, since medieval times, must suffer for the guilty. And an angel from heaven, her wide wings disguised under a beggar's cloak, enters the church and rings the bell for the charitable old bell ringer, who has stooped in the porch to succour her. This is, of course, a film which would not obtain in a Protestant town, and others which I have seen in Germany would be prohibited in England for the sake of the young person. People rail in England against this large looming personage and her invasion of the library committees and the stalls of the problem plays, so dear to the English soul. But we have a short way with her in Germany. English people who have a reasonable zest for seeing life as it is complain that they are driven by their parental susceptibilities to read milk and water stuff and view plays that are only fit for babes. But no one suggests that the onus of chaperonage might be thrown on the police, as it is in Germany, and the young person, deaf to the moral suasion of parents, kept by armed force from the book or the play, instead of the play or the book from the young person. Yet it is practically so in Germany as far as the theatre is concerned. Reasonable plays are put on and enjoyed by the elders. An angel with a flaming sword stands at the gate of the theatrical Eden and forbids the young of both sexes to enter paradise before their time, that is, 18 years old. The chief of police prescribes to what plays the young men and maidens under this age shall be admitted or no, and places a simple policeman at the doors of the theatre to enforce his behest. And as for children of tender years, the Germans see that the lesson shall not be too strong, too deeply driven home to the tender intelligence. When a film that may prove a bugbear is presented, or one holding the powers that be up to execration, or vilifying the army or any other lawfully constituted authority, children are not allowed to enter at all. It is impossible for local governments to take such a tender interest in the morals of their subjects without the conflict of authorities producing some odd results. It must never be forgotten that Germany is a mass of little ill-welded nationalities, all under a first warlord. That is what the Kaiser literally is. The curious local jealousies existing between one state and another are the unknown factor, and make a topsy-turviness which, in operation, remind one of an opera of Gilbert and Sullivan. There is one famous film, Heißes Blut, which was prohibited in Frankfurt and forbidden to be performed in Trier. That is why I was able to see it in H-, because H- is in Hessen-Darmstadt, not in Prussia. And it is really, as its name denotes, a spannendes drama. A beautiful and famous Danish actress has played in the preparation of the film the part of the woman of strong passions united to a gentleman unable to satisfy them. She casts her affection on the new chauffeur and makes an assignation with him during her husband's absence. He returns and surprises the pair and turns the temperamental lady and her lover out of the house. The degraded one becomes a burglar's mate, and we see her in a thieves' kitchen concocting a plan for the breaking into her former abode. She is persuaded by a truculent chauffeur lover to dress as a boy, to scale the window and let him in. She naturally chooses the nursery window. By her boy's cot the ex-husband finds her. She confesses, and he takes her back. Hoch spannendes indeed. For novelists like Joseph Leopold and me, the rage for picture theatres is a distinct gain. It may be the novel form of the future, when there will be so many books published that no one has time to read them. The author, wise before his time, will devote his intelligence to the presentation of his message, whatever it is, through this hasty medium, to all who will not wait for the development of style, niceties of dialogue, and so on. It is not perhaps generally known that the actors who take the parts of characters in a film accompany all their gestures, for the sake of vraisemblance, with speeches appropriate thereto, half gag, half set down for them. But without envisaging such a total abnegation of the merits of style in the future, let us see that, insofar as the present condition of things affects authors, they have all to gain by the tales that are told nightly in dumb show. The audience, composed pretty nearly of rustics in the classical sense, unsophisticated, unlettered, slow at apprehending the contortions, the mysteries of a good plot, will gradually get more and more used to following its peripatetics, tracing out the issues, holding the multiple strands that go to make a story, weaving them gradually, skillfully into the main one. By the time the light suddenly grows in the salle and the pate coq seems to stand on the empty sheet and crow triumphant, the whole has grown coherent in their minds. It is magnificent training for readers. We see in Das gefährliche Alter, another good German film, the spendthrift at the restaurant confronted by La Douloureuse, and the elegant harpy who has cost him so dear at his side, egging him on, "Get the money to pay for it." Her speech is given in writing on a board, but it is hardly necessary. The context is explanatory enough. The slide shifts. We see his mother weeping over her secretaire, where notes for £50 are tumbling about, mixed with correspondence cards, as they will in the desks of mothers in films. We see her go to bed, and in the next slide her son appears, walking in the peering, creepy way which is suggestive of proposed criminal attempts on secretaires, and so on, to a mother's inevitable forgiveness. Yes, I consider the advent of the Boy Scouts, the invention of picture postcards, and the rage for picture theatres as the three most important developments of this age of brass and iron. I began this book with a procession. I will begin to end it with one. The stateliness of a King of England's coronation, its proud aloofness, has no parallel in this lively bourgeois city of Trier, where incapable policemen are jostled by the crowds they marshal, and even the imperious military are not taken seriously on a day of feasting. And I remembered that orderly and well-dragooned crowd in front of Parliament Square on June the 22nd, 1911, when the police had carefully winnowed and mown the street of possible suffragettes, and incidentally of all the people who had come to see other people. But here in Trier I was glad enough of Joseph Leopold's tidy German circumference as we pushed our way through the narrow streets in the thickest, bluffest crowd I ever found myself in. The occasion was the 100th Jahrfeier of the Kaiserin Augusta, quote, "verbunden mit Kornblumentag in Trier," unquote. A deeply nationally beloved queen she was. Her picture in the programme shows her a quiet, determined sage lady, her head wrapped in a schleier becoming her age. The Kornblume is her flower, blue is the Prussian colour, and the loyal inhabitants of Trier were glad to link up a historischer Festzug with her day and promote a festival of the nature of one of the pageants they arrange so often in England nowadays, to stir up the dormant histrionic and spectacular talent of the old maids of provincial towns. The programme began at 7 with military Wecken. From 8 o'clock onwards, helfende Damen sold favours in the streets, Kornblumen, picture postcards and programmes. Hastily of the first helfende Dame who came along, smiling with a basketful of the small blue cornflowers, Joseph Leopold purchased a couple of sour blooms and stuck them about us both. He was right, for we were besieged by more beautiful ladies, each clamouring like any enterprising fishwife for us to buy her particular wares. The sight of the Kornblumen pinned on our coats, purchased of a colleague, stilled and daunted the others somewhat, and we were allowed to pass along to the places we had secured. Kornblumen for months afterwards surged into my ken from wardrobes and letter cases and trunks. We'd been obliged in the end to buy dozens of these tickets of leave. We got at last to the stand erected in the old marketplace, with the two great churches on the one side and the old house of Councillor K with its hot, sulphurous-looking painted gables on the other. The procession began with the usual heralds, a sort of plain bread and butter course before the cake and jam of the important entries. After the Vorgruppe came a very telling and, to German eyes, pleasant scene of Germans, after a successful fight, leading home the captive Romans in chains, and ox carts laden with spoil. That is how 'twas. Even my Mrs. Markham says so. The German warriors were a hairy set of people, covered with skins and gold bangles, and wearing helmets crowned with the horns of every known beast. A personage called on the programme Hermann der Cheruskerfürst followed them. Mrs. Markham had not enlightened me as to him, and I puzzled in vain to discover if Cherusker wasn't a German way of spelling Merovingian. You see, I had a better drawn literary picture in my mind, Carlyle's, of the, quote, Merovingian kings wending slowly on their bullock carts through the streets of Paris with their long hair flowing, unquote. Carlyle's few words have forever made me see the great eyes of Clovis and Merovee, full of the unassuaged wild melancholy and savagery of primitive conquerors and rulers. I look at their presentations in frescoes and statues and imagine them saying always, "À quoi bon?" And these travestied actors and apprentices and shopmen of Trier, as I suppose they were, posing as Neustrians and Austrasians, clad temporarily in such impossible, unspeakable garb, easily suggested by their gloom and gaucherie and "wish I were at home" air, the necessary touch of verisimilitude. Then, mit seinem Gefolge, came the greatest man Europe has ever been privileged to see, according to Joseph Leopold, Kaiser Karl der Grosse. The German who impersonated Charlemagne seemed a little weighted by his importance. I think he was an actor. He had an Abteilung all to himself. He was followed by an overbalanced section comprising Barbarossa, looking very shy in his immense red wig, and Henry the Lion, with knights and standard-bearers galore. The next part, without an interval, struck me in my limited Mrs. Markham-bounded knowledge of German history as a tremendous leap across the centuries to the 30 Years' War. There was an end of impersonators cluttered up with wigs and skins and bangles. Instead, we had dignified gentlemen in coats and cocked hats and gold lace, Generalissimus Field Marshal Wallenstein and Piccolomini. And I thought of the pathetic plaint of Thekla: Du Heiliger, rufe dein Kind zurück. Ich habe genossen das irdische Glück. Ich habe gelebt und geliebet. But everybody has not ploughed through the Piccolomini and read the tale of Wallenstein's defaulting general and his daughter's fate. Not Joseph Leopold, for instance, who gazed unswayed by sentiment on the long procession of the real victims of Tilly and Wallenstein, that is, the Landsknechte and Bauern, samples of the hapless peoples whose homesteads were sacked and burned, whose fields were the marching grounds for 30 years of the armies of these selfish contending dynasties. The fifth part dealt with the time of the great Kurfürsten and Frederick William and his big grenadiers. And the sixth part, which took as long again as any of the others to unroll, with Frederick the Great and his General Ziethen and Schwerin and the romantic figure of the old Dessau. Most people have a weakness for the old Dessau because of his mad passion for Anneliese, the apothecary's daughter. It was not at first admitted by his family, but once, when he came back from some campaign or other to be covered with honours, the young impulsive fellow was not to be found to receive them. "Where is he?" cry court chamberlains, gold sticks in waiting, pages and all. At last some unconsidered menial hazards the suggestion, ist bei dem Apotheker. And sure enough, Leopold of Anhalt-Dessau, placing his sweetheart before all honours and claims of family, had run straight to her. And there was nothing to be done but give him his wish and marry him to the apothecary's daughter. It goes on, the tramp of soldiers' feet, the Trommeln and Pfeifenchor, the Freiheitskämpfer, the Lutzauer Freihusaren and Scheidhusaren, and endless military figures on horseback with names that stow one. Theodor Körner, Gneisner, Scharnhorst von Horn, and General Field Marshal Blücher, and then the Einigungskriegen and its authors, General Feldmarschall von Moltke, Kriegsminister von Rhön, and Fürst Bismarck. This is German history, and where was William I? The great dignified figures sitting negligently on horseback with serious faces, the gold galloons showing under their cloaks, passed and gave way to a parade of modern weapons and uniforms, a coarse show of warlike strength, almost paralysing in its suggestion of completeness. And following, Spielleute, Infanterie, Jäger und Schützen, Maschinengewehr komplett, Pioniere, Fußartillerie, Feldartillerie und Kavallerie, and last but not least, after die Rote Kreuz Sanitätstruppe, came the saddest post-reflection on all these splendours, unsere Veteranen, old, worn, battered, like wind-tossed, rain-faded scarecrows. The men of 1870 paraded their honourable caducity along the sunshiny, wind-swept street. In rows of four they tottered along. Some could walk, and some could only drive. In carriagefuls of four these drove slowly by. They did not look happy or prosperous. Dazed they seemed, half puzzled, half annoyed by the light, these ghosts of a warlike past, dragged away from their chimney corners, where they were permitted to dream away in penurious decency the rest of a life whose youth was devoted to the Kaiser. They have lived through it, just. One could hardly picture them as they were then, bold, strong, erect, and kind. Yes, they were kind. France owns it. Of all the procession of mummers, these were the real thing, the grey morn reality of war. The rest was fake, but this was silence. End of section 23. Section 24 of The Desirable Alien at Home in Germany by Violet Hunt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. Take Us the Little Foxes, Part 1. In those last days of September 1911, there breathed over all South Germany the spirit of breathless calm. Such a calm, says Euripides, as preceded the advent of the supreme beauty and good of Helen. The promise of the vivid and portentous summer was about to be fulfilled, and over this land, where forever the words seemed to whisper, "Take us the little foxes that eat the grapes," the spirit of the vine brooded over her nurslings as they were being brought to pure perfection in the deep peace of seasonable days. And only a year before, the Rhinelanders were in mourning. The aspect of Germany's divinest product was pitiable indeed, even to the eyes of a comparative outsider. The little mysterious plants on which so much depended were still stiffly upstanding, showed no weakness, though they were drenched with rains, harried by cold gusts, consumed to the heart by mildew. Yet all the while the pernicious damp was eroding the leaves and rotting the grapes in the bunch. The fruit was not worth gathering, and nobody gathered it, but passed the vines, moribund in their thousands, with more or less averted gaze. The whole vine crop was ruined. But in this year, that I was permitted to see fulfil its promise, it was not so. The outrageous summer of which we had all complained, that was Europe's poison, was at least the South Germans' meat. And the autumn weather, during the fateful 3 weeks that precede the accomplishment of the vintage, deigned to be propitious for the health of these nacreous balls of green jelly, whose force and sweetness is bound to make the world's stored gaiety for the next 10 years and more. That vintage was a record vintage, and bottled joy without a headache in a hogshead, bearing on its cork faces the impressive 4 figures, will for a full decade be sought after and prized. It was the hottest summer since 1453. The summer bred no rotting, root-destroying rains. Only towards autumn came such beneficent natural mists as do not pierce and suck into the soul of the grape, but merely bathe the skins gently, considerately, in a soothing and stimulating moisture. Soft skies and cloudless hung over the vine hills, and over an utterly happy people, going about the businesses that occupied them for 49 weeks of the year, but stealing now and then a possessive glance at the parterre of vines that marches with the road they are travelling, or gazing up, craning their necks at the precipitous crags where perhaps their own vines hang. They are thinking of that time so near, when from grey dawns through broad days into the very heart of dim moonlights, breathlessly the harvest of their hopes will be gathered. The eye of their thought sees the stems stripped, the grapes squeezed and pressed, weighed, tested and paid for, squeezed again and sent through pipes into the barrels of the cellars below. There the last long stage, ere the juices reach their throats, and ours, is consummated in an absolute and secret darkness. In Italy, I suppose, for I have never been there, all at this season is colour and excitement, flamboyant faldetti, gorgeous purple wine presses, and barefoot faun-like peasants dancing down the foaming must to the twanging of the zither and the bagpipe. In France, the wildest passions have sway, they tell me, pleasure turned to pain and riot, and the free blood of the vine spilt in the furrow, in the streets even, not in love, but in hate. Footnote. This is a suggestio falsi. The French wine grower is a vastly less jovial man than the German. He is also immeasurably more scientific in his methods, both of growing and of picking. If he rioted the other day, it was because of the bitter seriousness with which he takes his profession, and wine ran in the streets, mixed with a little blood. The Germans would have drunk it all up. JLFMH, end footnote. But here on the broad Rhine, on the Mosel and the Saar, broad streams too, here in my adopted country, as far as I can see, reigns the true Pax Germanica. No noise, no sound of quarrelling, but an almost sabbatical hush as the yearned-for time draws near. It is all temperate, concentrated anticipation. In the little vine villages I noticed many a day before the picking, the smart red and green wine presses, piled in joiners' shops, stacked at the corners of streets, being washed clean in the dun gloom of outhouses in readiness for the day of days. On that day they will be placed in carts, and the carts will be driven away to stand somewhere as near the field of labour as the oxen can drag them up the steep and slaty roads, and all the pairs of hands will be commandeered to work, while long slow chorales of praise and benison shall rise between the furrows. I say day of days, but luckily every vineyard is not ready to be gathered on the same day. The ripeness of each hill varies according to the position, the soil, the degree of care expended, and scientific cultivation. But during those 3 weeks before the Leser, it is true that I was impressed by the sight of quiet, satisfied men and women, dressed not in striking colours, but in plain cotton grey, going about with the calm light of pleasurable expectation on their faces, giving their thanks at wayside shrines, where they obviously vowed from the depths of their simple and devout hearts peace to men of goodwill, because this was such a good vintage year. They did not dance to Pifferari or sing to the sound of zithers, but the true lyric note of thankfulness was in their voices as they mumbled the obligatory tag of civility. "Tag," they always said, passing me on the road or looking down on me from the carts, those long wagons made of 2 ladders and drawn by 2 oxen, piled with empty baskets, and the scarlet and emerald wine-press throned in the middle, on their way to the vineyards. And many of the vineyards are very distant, and some of them almost inaccessible. Here in the proper vine country, the crop is set anywhere, everywhere, up and down ravines, across and beyond streams, perched in every possible coign of a mountainous and jagged landscape, if only it may there catch the sun. The poor man, whose means do not admit of the purchase of good level sites, lays a little soil on the bare rock, plants, waters, tends and grows his few bushels as well as he can. This is the lowest, humblest end of the scale, but the point is that there is no peasant of this countryside who does not possess, be he never so poor, some little corner of a vineyard. And on this account is the joy of a good vintage so universal in the land. On the top of the scale are the domains of the great vine handlers, with their tall buildings like factories and vast machinery of distribution. The peasants mostly join together to found cooperative pressing associations called Winzervereins, and there are the landed magnates with their purchased or inherited estates, situated on high appropriate pinnacles of rock topped by feudal castles, the robber strongholds of fiction and a very real historic fact. Either their ancestors have lived in these castles time out of mind, as in the case of the owners of the famous Schloss Celle, or they have purchased them and rendered them habitable and tastelessly magnificent. Ruin or habitation, such a favoured site is rigorously devoted to the culture of the vine. The modern German seigneur has no use for the handsome approach, for those park-like grounds embosoming his mansion which figure in the English agent's advertising circular. He prefers to grow the romantic grape up to his very doorstep, if so be that grapes will grow. The vines at Schloss Braunfels and Braubach seem to creep up and peer into the very windows, and doubtless the sight of so much property that is at once poetic and realizable affords the lord thereof considerable pleasure. And the commercial millionaire Geheimrat, owner of the famous castle at C-, instead of looking down as his predecessor might have done from his robber fastness, a modernized Schloss perched high over the town and dominating the Mosel Valley, instead of looking down on fat convoys of merchandise which at some slight personal risk he would presently descend to harry and appropriate, can sit quietly at home in his modern medieval armchair and gaze out of the window at his so practicable wealth lying all round him. It is his very own, secured to him and his heirs by no desperate deed, but by the power of the purse and the getting of the best chemical advice afforded by a paternal government. Yes, he may sit there the livelong day with his august and titled house party from Berlin or Frankfurt and muse upon the beauty of utility. But that is not the view of Mr. George Moore, who in his latest book declares that he knows nothing more unpicturesque than a vineyard and that, quote, a hillside planted with them is abhorrent, end quote. No one could surely be less Teutonic in sympathy than Mr. George Moore, but even an alien who wishes to be as placable as possible may concede that at a little distance the effect of the neat plantation is somewhat hard. Bernkastel, Cochem, Braubach and the other feudal towers that crown nearly every peaked hill in Germany managed to carry it off. The regular rows of vines creeping up like an army of green spears, like Burnham Wood come to Dunsinane, seem to culminate duly enough in the little collection of sharp turrets that break out at the top and surmount the rising tides of green. And all along the Rhine, the enormous height of the hills renders their clothing negligible, as it were the hides of mastodons, gigantic and couchant. But indeed the comparatively low hills that border the Mosel and the Saar suggest to me rather the shaggy loins of short, rough-coated dogs, clipped down to the quick. One misses, of course, the soft, swathing clumps of foliage that clothe the slopes of the hills in England or Belgium. We will say that answers to the fur that covers the haunches of a Newfoundland or a collie. We do not get the modulations of colour that will be given by the inequalities of size and shape of the different trees and bushes, but there is always the other bank, as Mr. Moore's patient friend Edward Martin pointed out. Yes, it is higher and steeper, the professional grumbler replies. There are trees, but... And here is a sentence which every desirable alien should burn to avenge with every drop of her newly naturalised blood. The trees in Germany seem to lose their beauty. They clothe the hillside like gigantic asparagus. Nonsense. Has our only realist, who once placed a haystack in Peckham, never read his Tacitus, or heard of the monstrous oaks of the Black Forest, the High Eiffel, the Teutoburger Forest, or the Harz? I should rather like to see Mr. Moore set down before one of these on toast. To me, the vine plant taken singly is a pathetic object. The small, pyramidal, valuable thing appears so frail and tottery, each plant standing ever so little apart from its fellows, as if fully conscious and proud of its small but important individuality, reminds me of a Morcan at a fair, a doll dressed up like an early Victorian lady in a gala gown, flounced right up to the waist, and the flounces composed of soft taffeta silk of faintly differing shades. Or, if we must have Irish similes, like the late Lady Wilde, who dressed exactly like this, for the leaves grow all round in tiers, and have some of them a curious, uncanny, coppery sheen. Those that have been chemically treated look iridescent, a deadly poisonous brown in the shadows, and of a sinister greyish-blue where the light strikes them. No, I should not care to be left alone in a carefully kept vineyard in the magic time of evening when the sun has declined in the sky and the fleeting shafts of sunset catch the swart tips of the leaves and, like an enchanter's wand, point out the evil pathological smears and stains that pass unnoticed in broad daylight. But I am falling into the pathetic fallacy, which Mr. Ruskin spent a whole chapter in condemning in Modern Painters. It was the endeavour and constant custom of Herr Kramp, the landlord of the Hotel Prince Karl in Treves and a great vine grower, to have a look in on as many of his vineyards as was possible at this season, consistently with the other calls on his time and attention. We asked him to let us accompany him on one of these occasions, and he ratified his dignified consent with one of those slow, sudden smiles of his that we had grown used to. His moon face with the button mouth had something oriental about it. It was usually puckered into a due gravity, but now and again it melted into such a sweet and cynical curve as I fancy the mouth of the Pied Piper of Hamelin may have worn when he stepped into the streets, quote, smiling first a little smile, unquote. He had no English. He had been chef in some large hotel in the United States, the Waldorf Astoria, I believe, and he sometimes, but not often, exchanged his native language for that of America. I once observed him fondling a fine fat boy tucked up in a perambulator outside the hotel, and asked him politely whose baby it was. His laconic reply, "Mine, sure," was a masterly blending of German unctuosity and American dryness. Yes, he had been a chef, but the cooking at his hotel was bad. So he thought, but did not say. Even this truly superb cellar could not wash away the memory of those dreary, flavourless, unblessed dishes. Zander Gebäck mit Butter and Junger Hahn mit something else. Junger Hahn that would never see three again. We never complained because our rooms were so clean. And anyone who has lived in England knows that cleanliness, coming next to godliness, infallibly, somehow or other, means cuisine à l'eau. Later on, Herr Kramp volunteered this piece of information unsought. He said that at the beginning of his career as chef at the Waldorf Astoria, he had given his clients the best he knew, but that he soon found that no one in the city of haste had the leisure to discriminate between his successes and his failures, so that at last he had lost all heart for his art, and not even returning to his fatherland, where, as a rule, cooking does not in all its items resemble warm, moist pink India rubber or gummy sawdust. Even his repatriation had not given him back any gusto of the casserole. But if his kitchen neither enthralled him nor occupied much of his time, his cellars certainly did this and more. The wine trade and the hotel trade seem to go very kindly hand in hand in Germany. Herr Kramp's brother, also a Weinhandler, was the landlord of another hotel in the city, and his father, who was staying with him all through this auspicious season of the grape, was the landlord of an important hotel in Thuringia, and was also a wine merchant. The father was a more commonplace type. He had the air of a vieux militaire, and an enormous paunch, which he wore not in the least deprecatingly, though he acknowledged its inconvenience, and he accompanied us on that particular grey day in September to a certain vineyard which his son owned near Trittenheim on the Mosel. Trittenheim is the next village to Cluserath, which figures in the guidebooks as the longest village in Germany, for it is merely a mile-long double row of houses, a backbone with no ribs, and there is no railway to it exactly, but we understood that we could make the little Moselbahn serve, and our legs too. The train would drop us at a village where there was a convenient ferry across to the sunnier bank where the vineyards were. The small train took us very slowly, turning and twisting in obedience to all the bends of the river. The carriages have vast plate glass windows, so that passengers can feast their eyes step by step or sleeper by sleeper on the schöne Aussichten. There are tables fixed in the centre of each handsome saloon carriage, covered with the usual red checked tablecloth. I never drink Rhine or Mosel wine, or even beer for the matter of that, without thinking of a tablecloth with red squares. A brass fiddle, such as one has on board ship, was placed across it to retain the glasses, and the slippery napery as well. For, of course, people drink when and where they happen to be thirsty in Germany. They have not to go to a special indispensable emporium for drink, as they are obliged to do in England. They do not drink beer, for in the wine country that is regarded as a social crime. So it was Mosel wine the attendants supplied as a matter of course, and there they sat, Joseph Leopold and the two Kramps with their glasses in their hands, and the priest with a breviary in his, amiably discussing the vintage and the prices current of the grape. The Mosel is about as wide as the Thames at Marlow or Goring, but by no stretch of the imagination could I have thought it was the Thames. It looks so lazy, and it is so swift. In the part that the line was now marching with, it is not navigable. Little spits of shore manoeuvred into breakwaters run out from the south bank,
the side on which we were travelling. I did not notice any on the other. There the reddish earth shelves in and is undercut, just as the banks of the Thames deplorably are, though there are no steamers here to do it with their wash. Straggling herbs and flowers grow on it, as the mallalot and the willow grow at Goring and Pangbourne, but still it does not look the same. It looks wilder, as children would say, haunted, as their elders might feel, especially as I saw it today, flattened out under low grey clouds, quote, a stream that hears the flowing of all men's tears beneath the sky, unquote. Yes, that was it. It was haunted. There was something unearthly in its opaque grey-green calm, its steady, relentless, cynical flow through a region abandoned perhaps under a curse. A country seen in a dream through glass. No, not a curse, a spell, such as, according to Holy Grim, any old knock-kneed, wall-eyed witch has power to throw. It was the day, it was the place, when Two Eyes, whose envious sisters Three Eyes and One Eye could not endure her because she so exactly like other people, sat down on the ridge of grass — it is there today, it forms one of the breakwaters of this undammed river — to cry because she had not enough to eat. Here it was that the Prince, who is happily always at hand to succour unmerited misfortune in these sociologistic tales, came to her and asked her why she was crying. I imagine him in the gilt scales of a Roman centurion, girt with a short sword, with bare golden locks, and arms and face dyed by the same sun that colours the grape, till they have the colour of newly tanned leather. It was here, too, that the persecuted princess, with the unprepossessing but royal attribute of hair made of gold and silver in equal proportions, leant over the river's brim to drink, and wrought a spell so that the little hat of Conrad the neatherd flew away, and he could not touch her hair that he had so presumptuously admired. For she was a king's daughter, and carried portable spells about with her as a modern princess would carry her card case and her smelling salts. This lady possessed 3 drops of blood wrapped in a napkin that her royal mother had given her, and as she leant down to drink, the napkin floated away down the stream, and the 3 drops of blood spoke for her when the time came. That is the story. A little farther on was the rustic bridge that the fisherman bent over when he was sad to gaze into the stream, until a beautiful nix raised her head from the ripples and spoke to him kindly and comforted him. Yes, they might all have been there, these shy heroes and heroines of my youth. It was by them that the stream was haunted. A succession of little red-roofed villages came in sight. Bend of the river followed bend, the steep cliffs of the banks covered with the shaggy vines, and more quiet pastures. Today the vines did not hang formal and lonely. The gatherers were crawling about among the patches like black and white ants, unrecognisable from the opposite bank as human beings. It made the hills appear to be alive, to be moving. Indeed, all the world was out there picking grapes. Some little town is emptied of its folk, Joseph Leopold quoted, having joined me at the window. Then came another sudden and outrageous bend, and another of these empty little towns came into view, and then more wide hillsides covered with human ants. I questioned every now and then, as in a fairy story, "Is that your vineyard, Herr Kramp?" And the answer was always, "Noch weiter," a little farther on. At last we left the train at Unheim, where there was a convenient ferry for the vine slopes. We embarked on an ancient boat with a still more ancient ferryman, so ancient that he might well have been he whom St. Christopher hailed on that wild, black and surely German night when the Christ child called across the rushing stream. we were slowly, dreamily floated across the shallows amid the sound of the ripple on the bows, mingled with the soft hum of vine talk. End of section 24. Section 25 of The Desirable Alien at Home in Germany by Violet Hunt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. Take Us the Little Foxes, Part 2. A little later in the afternoon we were landed on the working bank and started to walk back a long way to Herr Kramp's vineyard. We went in Indian file, the river just below us, and the vineyards precipitously ascending at our sides. Herr Kramp senior, with his paunch, waddled swiftly. The last of the file of us, we had a couple of miles to go, and I felt some pangs of consideration for his 80 years, over the path that, slippery and narrow, climbed now to the shale of the vineyards, and then plunged down amid blackberry thickets, down to the very water-smoothed marble boulders of the stream bed itself. But I soon left off pitying him, or deprecating the length of the excursion on his behalf, because it was quite easy to tell that of all the four of us, he it was who most thoroughly enjoyed it. He was having the time of his life, and they were not his own vines or even his son's. Shouting, singing, yodeling, throwing out expletives, the old man blundered along, ravishing huge bunches of Himmelschöne Trauben from the vine stalks as he passed one estate after the other. He offered them to us, broadcast, for his son was a very great weinhändler in that part of the country, and we were all privileged persons. There is no paling, no apparent division, no fence between the properties. You have but to stretch out your hand to help yourself. Yet Joseph Leopold says there is no stealing. It would not be patriotic, and it would not be worthwhile. As a matter of fact, between one allotment and another there is usually, by way of a term or landmark, an iron pole set up. On this there will be an enamelled label, and on these labels you may read the mighty names of the Gebrüder Deinhardt, or the Könische Domäne, or the names of the smallest peasants. All that day I was eating grapes. In one day I ate more grapes than I had ever eaten in my life, not excepting the time when I had scarlet fever and lost my taste for the things that swell to enormous purple tastelessness in English hothouses for evermore. From the hands of all four of us depended continuously bunches of grapes. Grapes quenched our thirsts. Grapes ballasted us on the rocky marble pinnacles beside the shallows. The juice of grapes streamed from our mouths, and with that same juice were our hands wet. As fast as we had partaken of the produce of one vineyard, we were invited to test another's. It was what one might call a grape crawl. And I wondered if the hardened sinners, male and female, in England, slouching drearily past one public house after another in rain and mud and sleet, would not have enjoyed the harmless variety of the unintelligent pursuit as much as the gin crawl. Perhaps not. Perhaps the male sot and female drudge would have replied like the sated Duchesse de Longueville, "Que voulez-vous que je vous dise? Je n'aime pas les plaisirs innocents." Glorious, splendid, praise the Lord, the fine old German gentleman behind me muttered, polishing off one bunch after another, stripping round globe after round globe off from its stalk as he walked along. And from time to time, indeed, he burst into a shout at the sight of a laden tree, such a real shout and roar of praise that I thought at first, not knowing his dialect very well, that he was enraged at the misdeeds rather than overjoyed at the good fortune of his neighbours. And all the while we were stripping the round globes from the wet stalks. I should not have dared for a moment to drop to the ground the fleshy envelope of the god of Herr Kramp's adoration, and there was no need to do so. The skins were quite soft, and no hand but my own had ever touched them. And old Herr Kramp's paean was one of the most gratifying and spiritually beautiful workings of the mind that I have ever witnessed. To hear him break forth into jubilation and thanksgiving, to see him craning up, stretching his troublesome stomach longitudinally as he raised his short arms, prolonged by a forked stick, to pull down into his purview the boughs of fruit-bearing trees that fringed the vineyards and became more common as we approached the villages. All these things, the ejaculations, smiles, roars of joyful laughter, the whole being of the man stretched to express satisfaction and gratitude, all these things seemed to be an essay in pure thanksgiving, as one might make essays in the art of pure music or pure art for the sake of the art. All these things seemed, since none of the fruit trees were his nor the vines, to render more pleasant and more good that great green landscape that lay beneath a sky like a jewel, and a sun that hung breathless and motionless as if it gazed with wonder upon its own work. It was pure religion, a simple piety, for although just now the vine was the thing and the sky was actually grey, he could take an interest in all the other kindly fruits of the earth and the other harvests of this remarkable year that seemed for so long to have lain beneath the sky and that sun that it was difficult to gaze upon them in the greyness and forget that of which they were the real expression, so that it seemed that the fruits themselves radiated a tranquil sunshine, and apples, plums and pears, the reddest, the purplest I have ever seen, except the shiny produce of the Dominion of Canada that one sees behind plate glass at the top of Whitehall, and that seem monstrous and unreal, as if they had been fabricated out of waxes and soaps. Plums and pears showed me their blushing beauties one after the other, as the boughs that bore them were pulled down for a moment and allowed to fly back again by the enthusiastic old fellow. And now I know the meaning of that verse of the English litany that I had so often heard droned out without unction or emotion in numberless village churches in poor, rain-sodden, caprice-ridden England. I am alluding to the caprice of the elements, wrought on an unfortunate island of which no spot on an average is farther away from the sea than 80 miles, an island swept continually by the sea fret and dominated by the mountain gloom. The kindly fruits of the earth, so that in due time we may enjoy them. The irony of it! How not admire the proud patience that finds in Shakespeare's lines a precious stone set in a silver sea, a panacea for tariff bills and a climate that has no equal for contrariness. In Germany, too, there are elemental reverses, but they are not normal. The vine crop may be ruined by the rain in one dismal year, like 1910, but a good year, coming once in 7, will restore the balance. And 1911 was more than a good year, it was a superb year. The cultivation of the vine depends more than any other avocation on the personal care bestowed on it, the personal care of a perspicacious and experienced cultivator. It is an expensive business to begin with. Good plants and planting will cost anything up to £40 an acre, and then, given a fairly decent soil, the growth must be nursed and tended like a baby for 6 or 7 years before it will show signs of bearing a paying crop. It must be heavily manured, and the manure and everything must be carried as a rule on men's backs. There is no other way. In some cases the plot lies so steeply as to be almost perpendicular, and always the ground is so covered with shale and loose rock that the cultivator has difficulty even in keeping his foothold. Even the very soil has often to be carried up, literally, in hodsful, much in the same way, or so we were told at our mother's knee, the bare volcanic rock of Malta was prepared for human cultivation. As the caddie at golf places a little heap of sand for the ball to rest on, so the soil has been laid, and here and there the absolutely unplantable crests and peaks of basalt jut out from the mat of green that seems to mount them knee-high. Some of these peaks have been cleverly blasted into terraces, banked up, as it were, by a naked wall of rock that shines out white as milk. The surface has been whitewashed in order to reflect the maximum of light and heat for the vines. The sun, the poetry and life of the vine above, and below, the manure, the prose. Manure, well, though there is not much that is creditable about it, yet there is a great deal that is macabre and grotesque, for the vine is said to prefer some very strange varieties of composts. Leather is favoured by the capricious plant. An old pair of boots is very sovereign. And if you want the vine at your door to flourish and attain unto the very roof tree, you had better ensure its growth by first laying down an old leather portmanteau before you plant it. One is driven to think of an older and more savage form of what may be, after all, a mere superstition, though Joseph Leopold swears that it is a chemical fact. Did ever the body of a young child fructify a vineyard in the olden days, or at best the unconsidered body of a captive or a slave? And back go one's thoughts to the legend of Dionysius, and the sacrificial knife seems to be flourished over the dark soil when springs the dark twisted stock. Nay, further back to the first feast of the Passover, when the lintels of the doors were washed in blood. In England today you may hear the echo of the savage notion in the chant of the hordes of the regenerate as they roam through quiet country villages on the Sabbath day, washed in the blood of the Lamb. The officers of the Salvation Army, like the priests of old, do not probably suffer from too much imagination, as all unconscious of the terrible traditional force of the words, they shout their terrible refrain for an hour or so, and then go in to their well-earned teas. And to be sure, the family cramp did not think of these things as we walked Indian file along the narrow path, weltering vineyards upon the one hand and the calm Mosel on the other. The son's little button mouth was pinched in calculation. The father's toothless one was roaring out, Te Deum laudamus. The carts with wine presses ready poised in them stood about, waiting for their loads, the brimming hodsful that peasants were all the while carrying to them down the steep hillsides. When the bearers had descended to the carts, they climbed up short ladders and upset the hods into the wine presses very much as the English dustman empties refuse into the borough cart, with an oof of relief. For hours they had come stumbling down the narrow tracks, which were all the space the owners of the vineyards had been able to spare for transport. On these channel beds, like mere watercourses, where torrential rains seemed only yesterday to have rushed down, there lay enough loose stones to make a careless step dangerous to men burdened as these porters were with enormous receptacles filled by the women pickers up among the vines. They are shaped like a dustman's basket and strapped onto the back of the porter. They're sometimes made of osier work or leather, but most often of a green painted metal, which has the effect of making the grape carriers appear like shard beetles or men in armour. Some of them emptied their hods into the carts. The rest went straight down to the ferry boats, which were waiting to take them and their burdens, just as they stood, to the village on the other side. When half a score men, backed by their hods, packed into the boat, they were nearly lost to sight behind the enormous stack of metal they bore. Their heads appeared to peep modestly round the corners of the hods, and one imagined a boat full of armed warriors hiding behind their bronze shields, sheltering from arrows. One man sat like a bonze in his cart behind the wine press that was full of grapes. He was offering them as samples. As we passed, Herr Kramp, calm, suave, imperturbable, handled a bunch, tasted a grape, and lingered behind for a few seconds. Otto, said his father complacently, is doing business. When Herr Kramp rejoined us, he had just bought the entire produce of that man's vineyard, about 9,000 gallons of must. He was as composed, nay more so, as a stockbroker who has successfully bared some stock on Wall Street. And we all went quietly on to the communal wine press at Cluserath, where these grapes will be tested and paid for, and I should taste for the first time in my life the foaming must of poetry. We walked past the landlord's own vineyard, to which he gave only a cursory glance, for he had visited it the day before. We went in, still eating grapes, through the cobbled streets of villages, each bearing some one of the favoured names that one sees on the labels of bottles dotted about on London supper tables, till we came to a damp, dark-looking, but not unclean, building whose stone courtyard was full of carts disgorging their slippery, shiny loads. In most of these carts a woman stood like a goddess, demeaning herself with something like a trident. The wine press, gaping for the grapes, was perched high on the cart, and she was by way of hastening matters, for there is no time to lose. On one cart the whole family was apparently engaged in possing, as the washerwomen say in the north of England, pressing, bumping down wet masses of green globes that, already below, bursting with their own weight, right up in the tub like a sea of mottled and yeasty green. All those hearty girls and boys had been helping to gather. The day was hot. They had taken off their coats and their jackets and their wraps of all sorts, and had piled them on the cart. It was a pell-mell of grapes, exquisite ethereal grapes, the beginning to look a little worse for the wear, and the gross material trappings of poor heated humanity. And everyone, like Herr Kramp, will have you taste. Everyone is flourishing a sample bunch in your face and imploring you to try. To refuse would be churlish, and one has to forget, quote, the dyer's hand subdued to what it works in, unquote. We all went inside. Herr Kramp was much too busy to speak. He was a great man, and he was buying more grapes. He was buying, I understood, this particular man's grape juice straight off the cart, and he was having the quality tested hodful by hodful as they were brought in and turned out into the communal press placed over a tub. There are two wheels in the bottom of this utensil that work into each other, toothed and close-fitting, whilst the attendant turns the handle at the side with great ferocity. The flood of juice gushed out with a rustling, weltering sound, and one that was highly gratifying to me, who stood beside and watched. It is delightful to see pressure applied and pressure yield so much, though it was not my grape juice, but Herr Kramp's. One is child enough to like to see anything squeezed, and to listen to the handsome noise it makes. There is a certain cruel pleasure about it. One fancies that the grapes resent the insult, feel pain, and cry out. Then the liquor was tested. The communal officer had an exceedingly simple and rudimentary testing tube, and only one, but I dare say it did its work all right. The long funnel of dull glass was taken off the window-sill where it lay, plunged into the must, and examined by the light of a yellow horn window, the only one in the place, and just a couple of feet square at that. The ingenious peasant whose care had brought this harvest to perfection stood by full of anxiety while his grape juice was being put to the proof. His wife had come in with him to see that he got fair play, and she was obviously his master. For each hodful the superintendent called out the result of the test, the price was mentioned, and a fresh load was thrown in and subjected to the great indignity of pressing. That is what it began to seem to me, for the poor green globes looked so translucent, so innocent, so otherworldly. Herr Kramp bought the lot. He was, of course, far too busy to attend to me and see that I tasted the must, and to tell the truth, I was no longer very anxious to taste it. Although Joseph Leopold, who had seen a score of vintages and who was now in an inner cell, eating grapes with Herr Kramp Senior, as who should say, having a drink, although Joseph Leopold said that must is most delicious, I could hardly believe him. The squeezed mass of grapes as it came out of the small press looked for all the world like the cheap dates that I used to buy in quarter-pound wedges with my own pocket money on my way home from school. I was consumed for that hunger for eatable odds and ends that is the weakness of flappers. That mess was brown, this mess was green. That was about all the difference. Things do not as a rule look appetizing after they've been squeezed and their identity utterly destroyed, and the pearly opalescent spheres that I held in my hand seemed to bear no relation to the squatted-looking mass of ill-digested food rejected by the wine-press. The contents of the first tub were at once thrown into a larger tub or vat in which the juice was already beginning to ferment and looked still more unpleasant. Then the mixture of squeezed grapes and half-dried residuum were put into a larger receptacle still, a press with handles that it took at least 4 men to turn. This, like the tubs that now held the first juice, was connected by a pipe with the cellars below, for these immense final presses had the function of squeezing out the last drop of must. They squeezed from the dull green and drooping skins of the grapes not only the last drop of moisture, but even the very colour, so that what remained looked like nothing in the world but hard cattle cake, for which, indeed, it is not seldom used. I was taken down into the cellar and gazed without much interest, but with some awe, into the enormous barrels, for the process was now carried on, as it were, behind closed doors. The must was to remain there to ferment and mature for quite a long period, putting off from its spirit all that was corruptible. The next time I should see it, it would be glowing and dancing into a tall glass on a white damask tablecloth, poured out by an indifferent footman, some cold, callous creature incapable of such generous enthusiasm for the liquor that was not destined to pass down his own throat, as inspired Herr Kramp Senior. That I should see that must again, or some of it, was literally true. One of those immense barrels was the property of Herr Kramp. Now, Joseph Leopold and I had given Herr Kramp an order for 24 dozen, a barrique of this particular vintage. So the possibility, if not the probability, is that some of the liquid that was then beginning its long sleep in that tun will cheer and inspire our own table whenever Joseph Leopold shall decide that our own particular barrels that are new arrivals in our own particular cellar, having only just outpassed the perils of the swift Rhine and the fell and stormy sea, shall be fit for the tremendous and house-shaking event that is called bottling. We do the bottling. The autumn evening shadows were beginning to settle on the green meadows, the green hills, the green vines, and to infuse into that landscape the forlorn touch of greyness which warns loiterers to hurry, and over all the fields of this pious country sets the beads clicking at the Angelus. We had to walk through 2 vine villages on our way to the horse ferry that was opposite Tornish Station. The names of these villages were familiar enough to me. How small and unimportant they seemed, and yet they bore names that reverberate over continents and oceans and catch the eye in every railway station in Germany. Bern, Kastler Doktor, Piespote, Ober-Emela, printed so big in the wine lists, stand for the dear little domestic assemblages of white-faced, one-storied houses, against which lean pigsties and cow byres, hung with squirrels and magpies in cages, the goats and geese picking their ways between the rough cobblestones, the grey-green household jugs hanging like tall hats upon the palings. Still bearing our last bunches of grapes, we entered the little station, and there I found that I was not the only grape fiend. Every other person in the waiting room of the station reminded me of the Bible pictures that tried to elevate my childish mind. Each one was bearing his grapes of Eshkol in one form of package or another. There were girls, rather undersized these and ill-dressed, looking like little London dressmakers' hacks. But instead of cardboard boxes in which creations were packed, there depended from their elbows all sorts of knobbly checked bundles and knotted checked handkerchiefs, from which there slipped and fell onto the polished floor the current spheres of translucency of which we had thought all the day. There were widows, they looked like widows, with baskets and cruisers. Grape juice was running composedly out of the corners of them. There were unmistakable pairs of lovers holding vine trains in their disengaged hands. Other unclassable passengers bore sprays of the holy plant, wreathed not in their hair, but done up in their umbrellas. Little wet, dusty marbles ran about on the dusty floor, and were soon trodden into circles of wet stickiness. A 3-cornered bundle made of an apron or a handkerchief is an ineffectual and weary envelope for such an exuberant, polished entity as the grape, full of stored-up spirit and sunlight. Presently, however, we all packed into our train with grapes inside and out. Herr Kramp and his father were not with us. They had slyly given us the slip at Cluserath and were staying behind to celebrate the great feast of the year in at least 3 inns. So I have since gathered. They would talk it over with every fresh Wirt, and probably Herr Kramp would buy more grapes, for he is a great Weinhändler. But this thing is sure: for the next fortnight on the Mosel, no man, woman or child will talk except in terms of the grape. The talk will be gay and cheerful as the minds that inspire it. For this year no South German will even entertain painful thoughts. Old quarrels will be made up, bad debts paid off, heirlooms will be bought in again, and the back year of mourning forgotten. In that year when the vine suffered so terribly, the cattle prospered and waxed fat. The year after, the cruel sun, murderer of the horned beasts that wandered spiritlessly about the brown fields where the grass had died, and lowed and yearned for a lush pasture, and whose lean, nervous bodies were eaten by us en maugréant, the sun gave the juice of the grape to wash down the indifferent repast. the pestilential heat which drove men wild till they murdered their wives and children, which maddened strike committees and filled the courts of justice, which nearly forced 3 nations into war. 1 week of rain that year, it was patent to the world, would have sent the English rioters slouching home, and would have brought the tetchy and absurdly protracted negotiations of German and English courts alike to a good-humoured and speedy conclusion. The sun that worked all this mischief also provided the antidote, and was all the while fostering the peace-dealing grape. Glory be, I cry, with old hair cramp. End of section 25.
Section 26 of The Desirable Alien at Home in Germany by Violet Hunt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. Envoi. On New Year's Day, I heard Mass in Aix-la-Chapelle, Aachen, over the tomb of Charlemagne, Joseph Leopold's hero. But as a matter of fact, we were staying in Belgium, within a motor ride, a walk or stroll of Germany, and it seemed, oddly enough, as if Germany, the country which, like Sir James Barrie's sweet Scotch heroine, boasts no charm, still contrived to draw us. We could not keep away from it, and I had a strong desire to savourer the sensation of actually crossing a frontier on my 2 legs. To cross a frontier in a train, one has done it scores of times, can give no particular thrill. The great station at Herbestal is like any other station, except that the station master looks like a gentlemanly chasseur, and the evidence of its international character consists in the tiresome business of having one's luggage examined. No, the thrill lies in doing it on foot. Then one can picture vedettes and soldiers of both sides, good decent fellows who have no desire to be at each other's throats, fraternising over their drinks, standing as they exchange amenities with a leg on each side of the imaginary line of demarcation. I am told they actually did this during the Franco-Prussian War. I don't know how they behaved in Belgium, that poor little buffer state, guaranteed immune by all the powers and perfectly safe to be constituted the lists for this combat when it does come. France is ready. France is belligerent. The posters are up as I write. And that autumn we rolled along the smooth, dull roads towards Germany, the 2 delightful G-dashers, Belgians, Joseph Leopold and I, a fair Spadoise, and 2 samples of those charming people who are of no nation but who inhabit Belgium. Warlike images were constantly in our minds, for it was the year of the first war scare. Everybody, for every sort of reason, was so very anxious that the Pax Britannica, the Pax Germanica, and all possible Paxes should be preserved. And to Joseph Leopold, the German who really knew, all sorts of little curious searching questions were addressed. And out of these serene depths of his German consciousness, Joseph Leopold assured us, there will be no war. But as we passed and approached the frontier, I shed my wrappings and stood up in the car now and then to look at and consider certain strange geographical features before me that reminded me of English North Country slag heaps ending in an overturned wheelbarrow. This gave the usual wild air of unfinishedness and was aided by the truncated rails that lay along the top of the long, low earthwork and were cut off sharply too. What are those? I said. German railway lines, said Joseph Leopold. But why are they left like that, unfinished? They can't carry them any further than the frontier, as yet, but they are ready. The sinister significance of his speech smote the whole earful of aliens. The courteous Belgians were silent. I confess that from that moment the possibilities of war became more real to me, and I remembered what had happened the month before. Germany had called in all her gold, and in the town where I was staying, Trier, a frontier town, there was not an ounce of it to be had. I remembered the sudden sound of a rub-a-dub that used to come up out of the valleys to us strolling on the heights. I remembered the conversations that I used to hear in drawing rooms, the sly talk of the reserves. Would they be allowed to go home? The terror of the socialist menace that this scare neutralised, and the congratulations on the victory of the government. It passed off then. Herr Killenwachter's diplomacy was successful, and the little recruits crowded the great stations of France and Germany in their thousands. I myself had watched them that year in Paris, coming in late by the Gare de l'Est. I stood with the wives and mothers on trucks and carts in the entry to that outlandish station, and with difficulty picked out my own man, who happened to be travelling on that line, from the hordes disgorged by the last train. This was real, then, a veritable menace. The frontier at once assumed terrific proportions in my mind. All this innocent, dull and smiling country seemed to my eyes now covered with men marching, men detrained from those truncated conductors of ruin and strife, placed there like blunted ends of swords, yet terribly significant. Thus far and no farther, as yet. We were bowling along on open heath-fringed roads, up ascents, down declivities of low heath-covered hills, blue on the horizon that was Germany. It all looked alike. But I felt the sense of imminence so strongly that I almost jumped, as Joseph Leopold said composedly, "Germany down there, just before we begin to go up again. You'll see the squashed crow in a minute." In the turn of the valley there was an ordinary tiled cottage, set bare and gardenless on the side of the ascending road. The eagle of Prussia was spread in the usual spatch-cocked way on an unpretending signboard beside it. The douane. Had we anything to declare? We had descended. The chauffeur shook his head. Some paper was given us by the burly Prussian officer who sat behind a grille inside this cottage on the heathery waste, and who came out politely to see what we were like, then mutely passed us on. We were free of Germany. The country looked just the same, the villages too. German characteristics did not appear so early, but a few miles farther on the familiar rows of grey pots appeared, hat-like, stuck on the gateposts, and then some geese, more geese, and a whitewashed house with broad blue-painted rafters. I was at home. The rub-a-dub too. Military manoeuvres were being carried on somewhere not very far off, on the broad park-like plateau we had now attained. The place we were bound to, Montjoie, so the Schwadoise lady frequently told us, was supposed to be a gem of a town lying very low in a kind of kessel, but possessing a fine old castle which was throned on the rock high above the town.
We should see a curiously and wildly picturesque place, the physical features contributing, and all in a ridiculously small compass. Also, it was, according to another member of our party, Mr. C., a very happy hunting ground for old furniture. And we ascended hills and descended mountain gorges like those in the Ardennes country, clothed with heavy pines and firs, luxuriant and well watered, and by we came to Montjoie. It was perched on a set of granite cliffs whose height equalled the hills we had descended to get down into the valley. The river wound stilly, smugly in among the cliffs. The houses of the little town, creeping about on its banks, were entirely dominated by the castled steep and hidden until the road, wandering among the gorges of the cliff, led us into the kernel of the valley where it lies. I have seldom seen a more spectacular place, and as we penetrated farther I could not help thinking of the last chromolithograph I had seen of some impossible piece of place portraiture prepared for the outside of a chocolate box. Down these sheer steeps from the ruined chocolate box castle, as on the back sheet of the stage of my first pantomime, I could have imagined that I saw fairies slung in paper festoons come sliding, glissading down to pantaloon in front of the stage, fluffing out their skirts and beginning their pointed-toed dance. For here there are bridges over the foaming stream and stage houses with balconies hanging over the torrent, every sort of papier-mâché effect crowded into a small space. The great shale cliffs of an inky blackness overhang the little streets lying in the shadow, sunless as Victoria Street at noonday, but shot through by shafts of sunlight from above. Small fir trees planted all along both sides of the street, lining them with green, as it were a box for packing fruit or sweets, brushed at the wheels of our car, and added to the strange, stagey effect. It was an accidental one, and only for the day we were here. These trees were staged, not planted, for the Kaiser had just visited Montjoie. The yellow paper roses that festooned the pink house of Commerzienrat S had not yet faded, after their manner, for it had not rained since. A very tall, magnificent house was that of Herr S, with ogival windows and a double perron, and a fine Renaissance door. Inside there was a set of beautiful furniture which we were permitted to see, as Herr S had gone away at once after the auspicious visit. As a matter of fact, he always permitted his concierge to make an honest penny by showing his possessions, and his house was only the ordinary plain house of a German gentleman of rank and family, très digne, très confortable, full of objects which to him were family heirlooms. Then we all lunched at the hotel and drank healths all round in good cheapish Rhine wine, the healths of several nationalities. For Belgian, English, German and French, all these nationalities were represented about the table in the little saal. The ceiling, after the good old German fashion, was stuck full of corks that had been precipitated from bottles of mine host's honest cellar. The hotel was an old mansion, and the stairs were worth seeing, carved, oldish, fairly good. Montjoie is like a freak of Germany, queer, wonderful and uncanny. Yes, it reminded me of a Conte d'Hoffmann, and it came wonderfully on a picture postcard. We bought some, and some old furniture to please the Spadoise lady who had brought us, and then we motored back into Belgium for the time. End of section 26. End of The Desirable Alien at Home in Germany by Violet Hunt, with preface and additional chapters by Ford Madox Hueffer, Ford Madox Ford.